Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, June the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Sound is fine, screen is fine. Thank you very much, William. Zach, you are the man. I don't usually use that term very often, but yeah, you know what? And Peter, you can say all you want about AUUD. All we try to do is play what we see, okay? It might be a bunch of nonsense, but it doesn't really matter, in my opinion. Anyway, Zach, just to let you know, I follow that AUUD after hours. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I know I think you can maybe hear me in the pre-market. Follow that AUUD, and I actually took some right around here, around 560, around 560. Watched it run a little bit. I had to hold off selling after hours. Woke up this morning to this, and I actually sold most of my stock, just a little over 8. So, thanks a lot. That's all I can say. I mean, I remember your comment has a look of 10. I said, what the heck, take a flyer at it. I don't usually trade like that, but it certainly worked out well. AUUD, not, did I say P? Okay. Now, what else is happening? And they actually did have, a press release, some kind of a product launch, but Xlea, XLEA. Come on, what is it doing? Okay, so it was up to 249. It's pulled back a little bit. This might be a meme stock. That's the only thing I can see. It might be a meme stock. Also, okay, it gains on RPA platform rollout for a major health something or other. Health insurer. Okay, so there was some news too. Verb. I haven't seen Verb for a while. Analyst upgrade by... Who was that? Some analysts upgraded them to $4. Ascendient Capital. Don't know them at all. Ascendient Capital initiates coverage on Verb. Buy rating, $4 price. And let's see, it is over the 200-day moving average right now. So we'll see what happens. 54 million in the float. That I also saw, some kind of a dismissal of a suit. Iova. Now this one really, in fact, when you read the press release, I could have sworn it said positive data, but it's a little bit like the other one yesterday that just tanked. So it's trying to recover a little bit anyway. But the initial reaction to the data was certainly negative. Got all the way down to 23 before it rebounded. Yeah, ORPH, I'm actually going to come up to that one. Actually has news. So such as it is, there is some news for ORPH today. Granted a U.S. patent of some sort, or I don't know if they've been granted a U.S. patent or been granted the right to apply for a U.S. patent. Anyway, in this day, there was no news whatsoever. So, okay, at least they've got some news. DMAC. No, I did not take DMAC. I was more concentrating on the AUUD trade. So I did not take the DMAC. And that is on phase 2. Negative data, obviously, or I hate to say negative data. It's the perception of whatever they released, because initially it popped up, and then what this is the reaction now. Yeah, I do see Sophie. Sophie appears to be a Wall Street Bets one now. Appears to be, and so FI have that on my list. Big float though. Excuse me. Big float though. Almost $500 million in the float. I'm roasting here, guys. Sorry. Jeez. Okay. MRIN. What a move it had after hours, or towards the end of the day, and then after hours. MRIN. This was a flyer yesterday. Excuse me. But look at the move after hours, and it's maintained. I mean, that's a big move after hours for MRIN. See, we have a halt. All right, MDWD has been halted because of news. MDWD, that was a bit of a flyer yesterday. MetaWound, I think it's called. MDWD, let's take a look. Was it halted on the way up or halted on the way down? Yeah, well, it's not really doing anything. A little bit of a down move, but we'll have to see what happens once it opens. It is a news halt. Yeah, I did see VBIV, and you're obviously telling me because it is shortable at IB. It is, yes. How many? Well, lots of shorts, 1.74 million, and it's phase one. Now, where could it go to? I mean, it closed yesterday at around 4, so I don't know. What do you think, Real? I mean, it's possible if it cracks down through 4, but it looks like there's pretty good support around 4. Sear, yes. Now, this is another one. I mean, this is phase 1B, a little more expensive stock. CERE. Relatively recent IPO. Big gap up, though, guys. I mean, this is an all-time high, of course, right now. This is phase 1, I believe, news. And, that's what you were saying. Stupid IB, not shortable. At Interactive Brokers, anyway. CELC. CELC is an gap down on financing. CELC, gapping down on financing. I do not believe, when I first saw it anyway, I did not see the price. Yeah, it says no size was disclosed. So I don't see a price of the financing. This is pretty bleak, though. Look at this. I mean, look at the potential support right underneath 25. Cracks that. I mean, this is a long way to fall. All right, Credit Suisse STEM. Now, WKHS is moving higher here, guys. I'm hearing it. WKHS. All right, I'll take that under advisement on the VBIV reel. STEM is moving higher here. The only thing I could see, it's a relatively new IPO 2 months ago, is an upgrade by Credit Suisse to 48, initiating coverage and with an upgrade to $48. Okay, when I say this, guys, this is just, excuse me, an opinion by an analyst, okay? Doesn't mean it's going to 48. PRPL, purple. PRPL is gapping down. Purple Innovation gapping down in, all I could really see is they've kind of yanked their annual outlook. And CNSP, yes, CNSP, that was one of the last ones on my list. CNSP, fast track designation. Not shortable. For me, at Interactive Broker. Look at the market, guys. Look what's happening with the market. We've got an hour and 15 straight up. Now, we do have actually, see, one earnings play so far that's coming in. It's actually Carnival. So, CCL, earnings play, not doing anything yet. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Excuse me, from briefing.com. All right, how active are they? Not too active on either. A few more downgrades and upgrades. Let me get some of them in. This is from briefing.com. WKHS, guys, in a rippage right now. Okay, MDWD just opened after its news halt. Excuse me, let me get these in. The upgrades in. All right, there were the upgrades, some of the downgrades now. All right, some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. And WKHS, yes, WKHS. So what is happening with WKHS right now? Big pop up here. So Reddit stock, probably, as Zach is pointing out. Now, huge area right there. I mean, just look at the weekly chart. Look where it is right now, 1787. So take a look left. 3 weeks ago, the high was 1859 and 1833. And over here, it was 1859. Yeah, so, I mean, huge area. I mean, it doesn't have that much to go. And it's on a low float, 113 million in the float. What I'd be doing is just, for the long term, just sticking an alert around 1869. Because you can kind of see if it takes this out right here, it has a huge void to fill, potential void to fill. Now again, this got all beaten up. Was it the U.S. Postal Service? Something like that. I think this got beaten up here. Disputed contract, something like that. It was a USPS. Thank you, Kevin. I thought it was, excuse me, USPS. That's a long, it seems like years ago. It was February this year. That was the week it got just thumped. And it was rising, on the basis of the news with the USPS. What is it called again? USPS contract. It was rising in advance of that. And then I think what happened is they ordered it to somebody else. And I know it's in dispute. I don't know what the word is legally, but and okay, let's see what did happen with MDWD. You were right, big drop. Unfortunately, yeah, that was shortable too. But I don't know where did it open? Right around here. FDA declines to approve MediWound treatment. Well, that'll do it. Somebody asked about WTT. Okay, so it had the big day yesterday, huge volume for it. I mean, look at the comparison to the rest of the days. Excuse me, look at the month. Well, it's almost the end of the month, but so I don't really know what else to say about it. I mean, it's dropping a bit, maybe just profit taking. I don't know how else I can comment on it. Pitbull. I don't know. I just love saying that. I didn't see you yesterday. Maybe I missed you. Well, as long as you got to stop. You were the one yesterday that came in the room for the first time yesterday, right? And said you got nailed because you didn't have stops. Was that not you, Resilienza? Yeah, well, what are you doing? We don't want to see you hold the bag. You either have a stop or you don't. All right, guys, just seeing anything else is DBGI. I don't think I mentioned DBGI. Digital Brands. I think this was a Reddit stock here. I don't know if they've got a hold of it today. Okay, so you do have a stop. Okay, so that's not quite holding the bag. So DBGI, I'm trying to see if there's any specific news on them. I don't see any news on DBGI. I'm pretty sure this was a Reddit stock 3 days ago, got all the way up to 740. Space on the way down. SPCE. When is the flight? Is it July 20th? Is that when SPCE launches? Is on July the 20th, or am I? Oh, it's this weekend. Oh, it's this weekend. Oh, I thought it was a little bit later. Maybe it's Blue Horizon or the other one. I did not sign the petition. No. It's all right. Here's another one. I put it on the watch list. BSQR, but it's starting to fade a little bit here. This another one. It's not shortable. Interesting. These little ones are not shortable IB today anyway. BSQR. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news. Don't see any specific news. It is a low float. 12 million in the float. Up 66%. B square. I don't know. Maybe this is a. I don't know. Maybe a Reddit. I mean, I don't see any news on it. Anybody see any news on BSQR? Oh, I thought it was hilarious. Yes, no question. I thought it was hilarious. All right. Yeah. Wow. Look at the SPY, guys. This is a big move here for the SPY. I mean, we had an initial 45 minutes of looked like a bit of an but look at this. I mean, since 7:45, And now this is the biggest bar of the day in the pre-market. Okay, guys, I do hear Amara. I do hear Riot. I don't know. I mean, I just don't have no feel for these at all. I mean, I'm just going to point it out. They are moving. My guess, obviously, Bitcoin must be moving higher to some extent. I don't know where Bitcoin is right now. But here's GBTC. You want to play Bitcoin and not have to buy it. You can always trade this ETF if that's what you're into. Yeah, you're right. The after hours move was awesome. MRIN. I didn't get it, and it's holding. I mean, here's the deal. I mean, it's holding. It's a great after hours move, and it's holding. Low float, and look at the volume already. 15 million. It's traded the float 1.5 times already. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back, and what time is it? 9:28. So we're getting set for this open. Morning, Dev. All right, guys. Yeah, less than a minute for the open. Well, let's have another great trading day today, everybody. And again, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Look at this SPY move. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at that SPY move right here before the market opens. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15, kind of let things settle down a little bit. Of course, anxious to see what we're going to get from our option scanner today. There's some more awesome alerts from it yesterday. All right, guys. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Liftoff. We are now open. Some of the airlines are just moving down, guys. I'm just looking here. Delta, American, Love, LUV, right on the open. Look at this market. Look at, what are we up here? 130. Now, are we going to have a little disconnect? Remember, we had a big disconnect yesterday. Dow was down and tech was up. We may have a disconnect going today. All right, Sear moving down, CERE moving down, just not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. This would have been ripe for a short, guys, based on phase 1 news, or phase 1B. DMAC, big level for it to have broken now, underneath 5, DMAC, D-M-A-C. What's the low here? The low here is 480, so will that hold it? I mean, right here about 421, so there's a little low here. About 5-6 months ago, 480 for DMAC. This is phase 2 data. And then you would think maybe 4 would hold it, just over 4, right around here. But this continues down now. Might be hard to get though. Down 33%. The uptick rule definitely in effect. On the way up? Can't be on the way up. Can't be. What's wrong with people? Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, you know, not much to say about this one. I mean, they did have some news. ORPH. Just be very, very careful. I mean, it's not a crazy low float, 28 million. It's not a crazy low float, but of course that has a history of being extremely whippy. Wow, William, look at your RAD here. Look at that opening 15-minute candle for RAD, RAD. Maybe today is the day it has the bounce. Because the next high looking left is what? 1720. So it's got some room to that next high. And AMC, a big bounce also. Over 60 now. 60, over 60. Well, I don't know for sure, obviously, but it looks to me it looks like the AUUD is kind of over, but certainly took advantage of it. Thank you again, Zach. Hey Zach, can you still hear me? All right, I'm just going to send, hopefully you can see this. I'm just sending you a private message, okay? Did you see it pop up? Did you see the pop-up, Zach? Guys, Zila on the move, XELA on the move. Okay, it doesn't appear that you're able to, for whatever reason, see my pop-up message to you. All right, do me a favor. At your convenience, just email me. If you don't mind, okay? Okay, guys, keep an eye on Rite Aid. I mean, RAD, it looks like it's today's the day. It might want to, challenge, the high of 2 days ago. Let's see how well it holds this level here. You are the only one with no sound, Bill. Big Will. Well, let me just do a check. Make sure most of you guys can hear me, right? Okay, guys, so CVM, though, that's the one that really got thumped yesterday. Look what happened, though, yesterday. It got all the way down to 9. It closed up here at 1360 or so, and now it's trying to recover a little bit. 200 days way up here at 1705, so that's not really a big impediment yet. So this is definitely in bounce mode so far. So far. Meanwhile, look at the SPY. Wow. That's a big, big move here, guys. All right, we've got some option alerts. A little early. I don't like them this early, but let's see. BSQR. Now, what did it hit in the pre-market? Got all the way up to 515, so it's trying to come back a little bit here. This is another one. Couldn't see any specific reason for it. It may be a Reddit play. Somebody in our YouTube room said it's a social sentiment play, so I'm going to say that's Reddit. And the other one is BKD. That is the senior living. BKD. Now, let's take a look. Again, you look left. It's got some room. Let me just take a look on the daily. 895. I mean, it may get stuck, right at 9. That's the only issue. If it can take out 9 somehow, then it does have some room to run that 10 level. Okay, so there, yeah, I see that news. Yeah, hearing deal report says company looking to be setting up for a sale. Yes, loving the Benzinga news in IB is. I don't know where you're getting your news from, Zach, but certainly the Benzinga news is pretty good from IB. Yeah, ISPS is actually, it's in my watch list. There it is. Yeah, so this, I guess this was an IPO back here. It looks like it is. An IPO back here. All right, here's a little cross up. I don't know. It's pretty early though. There's a cross. 2 minute, 8 AMA crossing the 20 SMA in the 2 minute chart. 52.57, but it is a little bit early. That's for SPCE. All right, guys, BSQR on the move. 4:30, the alert. A little early though. It's a little early, but it is on the move. That's what I'm talking about. Right there. 4:30. But it can be an all-day watch, of course. Oh, absolutely, Christine, absolutely. You could put it in the stocks only if you want. This is what the room is for. And welcome, by the way. So this is what I see. I mean, I see something that is, kind of basing a little bit. I mean, it's doing nothing yet. Obviously, it's traded 1 million shares. It's a big float for a dollar stock, 100 million in the float. And it's got all this ahead on top of it, about $1.36. So, I mean, to me, unless there's some huge catalyst to get into it right now, it doesn't look too interesting to me anyway. Man, I do see the volume that came in, but I mean, you just have to look left on that daily chart. It looks like there's pretty decent resistance not that far away. So again, unless there's a news catalyst, some kind of a catalyst to get it running, to me it just looks kind of dead money. Meanwhile, you know what is not dead money is XELA. Wow, AUUD came right back up. I'm not in it anymore, but that came right back up. I thought that was going to be it for the day. Right around here, I figured out. I mean, that's right. That's a big move off the low here. 680 up to 825. Wow. And it just got halted. AUUD just got halted. Well, let's see if Zach's prediction of $10 comes true. Did have some news today. Whether you think the news is relevant or not for a move like this, doesn't matter. VBIV, let's see what it is doing. VVIV, okay. What's the float? That's a big float too. Yeah, so this is my observation. It seems that some of the more expensive ones, the bios, when they come out with phase 1 or 2, they don't seem to have the same catastrophic drop as the cheaper ones. Hence, the sear, really didn't have a big drop yet. Seems to be the cheaper ones that just get slammed. Yeah, so we don't get our. I see what you're looking at, real, or I don't see that. What I see, I see this draw or a pop up here to 23. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I don't know how many shares were traded right up there, and then it did pull back to here, but not shortable though, real, as you know, for us at Interactive Brokers. Well, this is going to be a good open, looks like, for AUUD. I'm seeing 854, 854 stacking up right now. All right, I shall thumbnail VBIV. Who am I going to boot? It's this one. It's this one, Assyria. I'm just looking at these two. These are the two that have come in so far today. It's just the normal one, the unusually strong options. Yeah, I'm just, these crypto plays, David. I'm just so out of tune with them. You're right, coin is having a nice little burst here, but I just shy away from these crypto plays, that's all. But you're right. It's had a great 2 days. A great day yesterday and a continuation so far today. And a halt. You're right for GRPH. All right, if this is, this should open in about 3, 2, 1, boom. There we go. A little delayed. So there's AUUD just opened. Wow, 881. I sold all right around here. That's okay though. I am very happy to be in after hours around 560 and sell most around just a little over 8. Very happy. All right, so Griffin got, wow, look at this. So Graphite, this is an IPO from a couple of days ago. Obviously right now very successful, and it just got halted. 948.39, so 953.39 could be the open, and it is stacking up to be 27.27. So don't really have an idea where it's going to open. Well, it says 27.27, but I'm sure that's going to change. All right, Sear, another one, guys, from the option scanner, 2402. Now, this is a fairly low float, 37 million for a $24 stock. Fairly low. I mean, it's not crazy low. But look at the relative volume, 1900%. I mean, that is... and 12% short float. Bonjour, Pierre. All right, so Sear, of course, is going to be very whippy. C-E-R-E, going to be very whippy. So I had a couple of alerts here, both the same. Option scanner and from my watch list. It's phase one news, yep. I don't know what happened to this one. OMP, so that got thumped a few days ago, 2 days ago. High is 24.67. Trying to come back a little bit here, OMP. Okay, GRPH just opened, and so it had a nice, wow, big pop up to 28. Got halted at 26.95, popped up to 28, came right back down. This is shortable also. At Interactive Brokers, sorry. Oh, we should point that out. Any thought on AVGR breaking out today? Let's take a look at AVGR. Well, I mean, obviously, it's got a lot of volume, 24 times normal. So the high, it's at last month's high. The next high looking left is 158. I don't know, is there some news? Riley initiates, so they're, okay, I mean, with a target of 250 or so. Is that right, 250? Yeah, 250. So, I mean, there is some news. I mean, whether it breaks out, keeps going. So there was an analyst, Riley, putting a target of 250. Whether it keeps going because of that, you know, obviously I cannot predict that. It is really whippy, that series, so just be careful on it, guys. I mean, I'm just watching, trading like frantically here. I'm just looking at my time and sales. I mean, it is just trading all over the place. Holding 24. Ah, there's DBGI. Now, see what DBGI is doing? Ah, missed it. 661, 685 now. I see the VBIV. I did not short it at the time. I mean, I don't know if you shorted it already. I just look at that. I don't think I can do it right now. No, you're saying the... oh, look at DBGI. Shoot! Being tugged in too many directions. 661, 731 now. It's not on options. Doesn't trade options. And it just got halted. Okay, well, that's a big, big bad swear word for me here for not getting into this one. Whew. Well, just have to wait for the next one. MOXC, guys, I saw this in the pre-market. It was really chopping around though, but here it goes. MOXC, of course, this was I think this was a Reddit play for a few days. Got all the way up to 26, over 20 now. All right, guys, sorry about that. Well, it looks like the RAD did not continue. I thought maybe that might have a chance today, RAD, but it was early and, you know, it just gave it all back up, RAD. Gave it all back up. All back up. Is rig on the way up or down? Okay, so rig, RIG. Now this is a big float, 580 million in the float. Excuse me. Well, look at AUUD. I got to put a price alert of 10 on it, and then I'll... Oh yeah, I mean, rig has just been absolutely thumped. All right, let's take a look. Actually, we have a few earnings plays today. A real mention, MLHR. Yesterday, remember, we only had, I think we didn't even have one. So CCL is an earnings play. Not really doing too much. Yeah, not doing too much either. The MLHR, not doing too much. Well, I shouldn't say that. Got this little... Okay, actually it is. It's down 5%. Look at this. I mean, where's the low? Low was 45.88. What's the low today? 44.29. So 4 cents. I mean, it's amazing. Look where it touched. Look where the low touched. Basically touched that low and then bounced. I hope it goes to that 350 whatever for you, real. You know, this BSQR still has not really settled down a little. You know, it's still pretty wild. Wow, look at it. I mean, it is just... You got to look at the time and sales and how the bid and ask is just going up, down, up, down, up, down. BSQR. I mean, I'd like to hop in on it, but I mean, it just... Yeah. Well, we now have 2 alerts on it. High in the pre-market, I mean, that's the attraction, you see. The high in the pre-market is 515 or so. 514. All right, BSQR, guys, you know, it's just a little bit frantic, but it's definitely working well now. From the 430 alert from the option scanner, 465 now. Nice percentage move. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but this is sort of the bit of the magnet. Let me just check another. Actually, you know, we start getting our data. So at 4:30 Eastern time, this actually got up to. What price did it get up to? 610. So this actually hit 610 in the pre-market. We start getting our data at 7. So. What did I say? Yeah, it's 645. You're absolutely right. I'm looking at my trading view chart up. I see 645. What did I say? $610. Okay. Yeah, space just not having its day today, that's for sure. So the DBGI was a quick one, guys. I mean, 661 for my watch list, 661, got up to 750, got halted, popped up, got halted at 735, a little bit of a pop, and then the drop. Now let's see if it can hold 7. I have to put an alert around 704, see if it holds that, and that might get me in. Meanwhile, the market has not. We've been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2.5 hours straight up. ZH. So this looks like there's a China IPO back here, I guess, 3 months ago. I'm assuming you're talking about a short, but it's a little too late for me now. All right, guys, DBGI popped right back up over 7. There's a 3-bar pullback on the 2-minute chart, so not a huge pullback. Got to be careful though. Very low float, 5 million in the float. VBIV, yes, very nice now, real. Now, it looks like there's a lot of support around 390, but who knows? Maybe it'll pop right through. There's a 200-day. Oh, it's way down here. Okay, 316. No, what's going on here? I got the right... no, I'm sorry, that's not the 200-day. That's the 20. IFBD, guys. Take a look at IFBD. IFBD is having a bit of a volume rally right now. Low float, 12.5 million in the float. And see, the high today was up here at 441. And the high looking left is 470 odd. Okay, and this was a big flyer 3 days ago, IFBD. Ah, missed it. 10:08. Let's see. Well, we had a cross here, which one day, guys, I'm just going to have to pay attention to all the crosses that I see, okay? I'm not going to be able to do anything else. My problem is with this testing there are no sound alerts for it. So unless I stare at it, I'm going to miss some of these. So there was a cross right there that I missed, for the Marin, M-R-I-N. There's the cross, the 80 MA crossing above the 20 SMA, right at 877. It popped up to 994. It's an experimental one, okay? But the problem is, unless I stare at it, I'm just missing these. No, I can't share it. It's not ready. I'm, you know, it's in pre-alpha even, if you will, not even beta. Well, obviously we got to back this up quite a while before we see what year is this? This is 2018. So the last highs looking left for this Marin or Marin software, Marin, back in 2018 December when it got up to 1184 or so. I don't know if that really is going to be any form of resistance. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm going to try to pay. I don't get too many of these crosses during the day, but I'm going to try to pay a little more attention. You know, I really wish I'd seen that cross of Marin at 888. All right, so things have settled down a little bit. I'm not getting too many more new alerts. So now what happens for me is treating these, you know, my option scanner and things I see up here as a watch list now to see if we get any bounces. You know, now that things have settled down a little bit. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm discussing this cross with Michael. Yeah, Pierre, there's no reconfiguration for the AI. Yeah, so there's, excuse me, there's no way to configure the AI. Sorry, guys, I'm. No, it'll be an alert, Mark. It'll be actually an alert. It won't. It's nothing to do with the AI. Look at Marin now, guys. Wow, there's that cross, and it just got. Excuse me, got halted. Yeah, it's not going to be. It's nothing to do with the AI. It'll be an alert. You'll get an alert, real-time alert. There was the cross. Well, no, I mean, if you, I don't understand your question exactly, Pierre. I mean, if you get an alert from the AI, if you're talking about auto trading, there's no way around it. If you want to take every single, which we don't agree with. But I mean, if you look at the AI and you see a stock you want to trade, you just trade it. So I mean, so when you look at CSIQ, maybe it's out. Yeah, it is halted. MRIN is halted. So if you look at CSIQ and for some reason you don't want to trade it, maybe it's out of your price range or for whatever reason, then you just don't trade it. Not sure I quite understand your question. Yeah, I mean, you're right. If you want to trade stocks in a certain price range and you get something in the AI that is not in your price range, well, you just disregard it. I mean, the AI is one tool to trade, right? Most of us will probably have your own types of scans that you also like. My link. What do you mean? What do you mean by my link exactly? You mean my scans or my... Wow, it's 10:21 already. You talking about my scans? Okay. All right, I will, and I'm going to do it right now. You actually, it's a good time too. Your timing is right, 10:20. All right, first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the trading room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? And I always start off with my homepage. So, Don, get ready. All right, so here's my homepage link, okay? Now here's my tab up here. The tab is up here, so it's available all day long right there. There is the homepage link. Click on it. First, before we get into my scans, Don, if you guys want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So you click on Get Trade Ideas. Oops. Oh, sugar. This is the one little... Just give me a moment here. One little thing I've noticed about these, you got to be careful when you go into one of them. So what am I trying to do here? This is the weekly... Okay. All right. So we have 4 plans. All right, we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So the premium plan is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Big difference between premium and standard is the AI, okay, which I'm going to go over. There are some other differences, but that's the major reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. Standard, premium, here are the prices. You can apply that 15% to the first month only. All right, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. There was no trade of the week this week. They'll resume next week. Steve was on vacation, the originator of the trades of the week, but trade of the week, you can sign up for it. Free service, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video around noon. So here are my scans for anybody who wants my scans and my layout. This is the scan section. Click here. Here's my layout right here. This is what you see, okay? Plus individual scans. You know, the unusually strong options, which I talk about all day. This is not part of the layout that I display, but it's a scan. So here are all the individual scans that I've got. Big education section right here. New to Trade Ideas? Please do the 20 lessons. You know, it tells you what a top list is, how to create one, alert windows, how to create them, all the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI, okay? So a lot of information there. If you're not a subscriber, you can still take a look at this so you can get a feel for what Trade Ideas has to offer. Daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I take a break at noon. Excuse me, one of the other traders takes over. Today is Michael Noss, okay? So he is our Brokerage Plus expert, etc. So save up all your Brokerage Plus questions, stops, and all that sort of stuff. Michael will be there between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll put the link in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. You know, one, starting trade ideas from scratch. And here is a little video about the AI. Again, just to tell you though, this is not how to trade the AI. There's no video on how to trade the AI because that's like saying how to trade this. I mean, it's up to you. You get an alert. You have to, you have to read the charts to figure out if this is something you want to take. So there's no video on how to trade the AI. What this video goes over is really how the AI, why do the alerts happen in the first place? Back to basics. This is for you if you're brand new to trading. 36 short videos starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, this is a great series for you. And trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information in these last two sections. Right here, my scans and the education section. So save my link. You can save it. Then you can take a look at all this at your leisure. Yeah, so the main difference is which I'm going to go over, is the AI. There are some other differences, but the main difference, JSD, is what I'm going to go over this in just a little bit, is what you see here. Okay, doesn't look so great yet, but you know, this is what the AI looks like. You just load this window and let the alerts come in. Okay, that's the main difference. There are some other differences. I mean, if you're into back testing your own strategies, you know, then you need our premium service. But that's the main reason why people take a look at our premium service. So what is Trade Ideas? If you're new, we are a scanner. We scan the US stock market, and it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Yeah, I can help you set it up. I mean, you know, it's just a matter of the first thing you have to do is take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? And then, of course, I'm sharing my layout. I'm sharing different scans. But first, before you do anything else, you should take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, I'm going to go over the AI. I'll go over it right now, okay? The AI is this. I mean, if you have to have that, you have to have our premium service. You would click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is what you'd see, okay? I've got it attached to these two others. Disregard this. But this is what you would see. And you basically just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. And there's nothing for you to do. You have an entry, you have a stop. And again, how you trade them will be up to you. You look right now, obviously not working too well. But, you know, it's early. I use it like a watch list. For me, I like the ones that are under $20, but everybody will use the AI in a different way, okay? It's not mandatory to take the, you know, to have our premium service, but this is what it would look like. I mean, there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. But first and foremost, we're a scanner. So this is a scan that I put together. I call it Basic New Highs and Lows. So if I look at the configuration, so this is what I'm looking for in this scanner. You know, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. This is a very powerful filter that we have. The current volume is 4. It means that it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. The volume is 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, I don't want to say it's irrelevant what the filters are. I mean, this is what I'm looking for. And so if stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these alerts here. And the good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. What we did is we set up, well, we created what we feel are enough alerts. These are all the alerts when you see these sort of icons. And then when I go all the way down here, when you see these icons, these are the filters. So we feel that we have created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our subscribers and customers, they can create the type of scan they're looking for. You can fully automate. I'll go over that if you want, you know. We don't, listen, I'll be blunt about it. We don't agree with automating the AI, fully automating it, okay? Can't stop you from doing it, but before I would automate this, you know, you can always try us out. I'm going to go over the simulator. You can always try us out in the simulator and see how it would work. You can automate your own strategies though. I mean, if you want to automate your own strategies to take them, you can do that. Before I would do that, I would work it in the simulator. So you can see how it would work. I'm going to go over that and just give me a moment. I'll go over that. So again, you don't have to learn a programming language. Just a minute, please. Now, when you start out, that's why I'm sharing my layout. I'm sharing different scans. So you don't even have to know how to create them. All you have to know is how to load them. But again, in that 20 lessons, it talks about how to load things from the cloud and all. Okay, Chloe. Okay, bye-bye. We also have a channel bar. You click on New, and a channel bar. In here, these are all themed layouts. Now we're going to be revising these fairly soon, but these are all themed layouts. You can take a look at now. These, because they're layouts, you can only right now you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you had a layout up and running, you would have to make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, because when you click on one of these, your layout will be replaced. But these are all themed layouts: a momentum scanner, stock surging, short squeezes, things like that. So they're all themed channels. So again, you don't even have to know how we built them. What you would see, you would just see, well, I'm going to show you. I don't know, teasing you guys on this. I don't know when it's going to be. I hope this week, but we'll have to see. This is this new dock channel bar that we're talking about. So for instance, if you clicked on my watch list, notice how now you can see it, and my scan that I have still remains. So that's in this upcoming bill. Please don't ask me when it's going to. I hope it's this week, but no guarantees. But that means you can take a look at each one of these channels. Take a look. If you saw something you liked, for instance, let's see if this one is, see the momentum channel. See if it's working. Looks like the format is okay. So for instance, if you saw this one, you saw Momo, wonder what that is. You right click, you configure, you check to see what the filters are. You can always make changes. I mean, if you didn't like the price range, or something in here you didn't like, or wanted to add something, once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can customize it. But you could take this then, you could say, you know what, I like this one from that channel, and you just save it to the cloud. You just right click, file, save or share to cloud. It goes into the cloud. You can go through the different channels, extract different windows from the cloud that you might like. And then you'd start off with a blank screen, get rid of all your windows, and then you could file, load from cloud, all of the scans that you shared, that you copied into the cloud. Bring them back one at a time, thereby creating your own layout based on scans that we created in the various channels. So we try to, there is a learning curve, but we try to make it relatively simple so that you don't have to know even how to create a scan at the very beginning. But I think, for instance, if you took my basic new highs and lows, and again, when you right click and you configure and you see what I'm looking for, you might look at this and go, again, I like a different price range. That's okay. You just change the price range to whatever you want and save it. This is a template that I use, but it doesn't have to be exactly the one that you want. So your question about options, we don't scan for options, okay? We don't scan for options, but we do have some option filters. So this is what I'm using in this, in this window here, unusually strong options. So some who trade options say this can help them. So if I click on, do a search on options, so these are the option filters that we have. We have the put call ratio. Option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today. put and call volume today, and this is kind of the key one, the option volume today percent. So for instance, in this scan that I've got here, I'm looking, this is my price range, but it has to be trading at least 2,000 contracts a day, and that has to be at least 3 times normal, 300% of normal, before I see something. So what I'm trying to do is find stocks that are having abnormal option activity. That can help you trade the options, I suppose. I don't trade options. Now, I want to talk about this window right here that you see that we call Brokerage Plus. Again, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus. It's a feature that we have. You don't have to use it. Just want to put this link in. All right, so I put the Brokerage Plus link in. In this link, you'll see 2 videos. The first video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can connect this Brokerage Plus window to either one of those accounts, and then you can use this window to trade once you're connected. Again, you don't have to, but if you want to, it's there. If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, it's okay. You don't have to. Doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. Okay, it just means that you can't use this window to trade from within trade ideas. It's just a feature, that's it. The second video goes into a lot more detail, how you can set up things like one-click trading. And also if you did want to automate one of your strategies, how you could trade them. You can set it up. I don't go into any detail about how to do that. The second video is about 26 minutes long. And also, the person who created that video will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So if you have more detailed questions, save them. And for Michael, who will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. The other thing is, if you wanted to, for instance, now, before I would, just a second here, okay. Before I would take a look, if you wanted to trade your strategy in auto mode, before I would do it, I would use our simulator. This is the other main reason. And by the way, this Brokerage Plus window, only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available in the web-based version. Okay? So, to use the simulator, very simple. You just click on Sim. And now, notice when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. Oops. Perry was something I was watching yesterday. Price alert just showed. Oh, wow. So it's right at yesterday's high now, guys. Exactly. If you're using our web-based version, because you need to use Brokerage Plus. If you do want to automate any of your strategies, you have to have access to this window. So if you don't have, and it's just not available in the web-based version. Now, if you have a Mac, that's the normal reason why people are, using our web-based version, is because they don't have they have a Mac. If you're willing, a lot of people who have Macs, this is what they do. I'm going to pop this podcast that was done for Mac users by a couple of guys at Trade Ideas who actually have Macs. This is what they do. So you can use, you probably know, but you can use an emulation program like Parallels. Then you can use our download, or you can use something like Amazon Web Services, AWS, and then you'll have access to the, just as if you're using a PC, okay? If you don't want to do that, then you're out of luck. You can't use this. Now as a simulator, very simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol, lag today. Symbol shows up. Now let's take a look at Marin as an example, okay? I always like to show it like this. Let's say you did want to trade this one, but you don't want to take it right now. Maybe if it pull back down to here, you want to take the trade. So pick how many shares I want. What did I say? Right there, there's a low of that. So let's just say 1030. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do this. Yeah, we just think that fully automating it is just not the way to go. The best way to go, I mean, the only way I would automate it, I don't automate it, okay? I don't believe in auto trading, but that's just me, is, if you want to take the alerts in auto fashion on the entry, but manage the excess on your own. We do not recommend auto trading. It's available, but we don't recommend it. But again, you know what you can do? You can auto trade the AI in simulation mode. Just when you have the AI, you just turn them all on. These are the ones that made the cut today. You would just turn all the strategies on and see how it works. Okay, I mean it's really that simple in simulation mode. I mean if you but we just don't agree with it. So what I did right there is I put in a conditional buy order for 1030. Marin, notice how the blue line shows up on the chart. So this again is in simulation mode, but it would be the same if you were connected to an IB account or an E-Trade account. Meanwhile, guys, BSQR, look at it go. Where it said use it like a watch list, okay? It's been choppy, but no, I don't use Brokerage Plus to do any trading at all. I trade from within IB. Based on what I do, I cannot flip back and forth. Try to use this window, moderator room. I don't want to make any mistakes. It's really that simple. Okay, you gotta pay attention when you're trading. So I don't want to make any mistakes. Think I'm in a simulation and I'm not, and I'm in real. Okay, so what I do here is I basically show simulation mode. So for instance, so I've got that order in. Oh, what happened? This is why we have to test this. This is a bug. I'm on a brand new build. Not telling you, dreamer. Yeah, this is see, what I should be able to do right here is I've got this conditional buy order, but if I didn't want to do it anymore, for instance, I put this up here, and if I didn't want to do it anymore, I should be able to go to orders and it should show up here. Let me just do something here. First of all, I want to see if it is a bigger bug than that. I want to take a trade right now. I just want to see if it takes the trade. Okay, took the trade. Want to get out of the trade. Aha. Okay, it did flatten. Okay. Well, I'll worry about that later, okay? I mean, what I was trying to show you is that, I had a conditional buy order. I should be able to click on it. It should be there and cancel, okay? But anyway, I'll figure that out later. I might have to talk to the developer. This is a brand new build. But let's take a trade now, because now we'll talk a little bit about money management and placing stops, okay? Let me just see something here. Just trying to. So I see that BAOS got halted. Okay, let's just say I wanted to take this trade. Again, I'm not saying I would take this trade, but I just want to show you the idea of money management. Okay, so if I want to take this trade, BAOS. Okay, I'm looking at that spread's not terrible, so I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to buy right at the market. So I took the trade at 414. Okay, I'm going to put my stop. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you better really listen carefully. Because when you get into trading, guess what? They're not all going to work. All trades are not going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work, okay? And, excuse me, and if you're just starting out, that is the real trick, because, I mean, until you practice trading, I mean, the first thing you should be saying, if you're listening to me and you've never really traded before, the first thing you should be thinking to yourself is, well, okay, but where do I put my stop? Well, that's only going to come with practice. You know, how I like to put stops, I try to size the chart up, see where I think there's a support area. So if it broke down through that support, I should be out of the trade. Okay, that's how I do it. But that is going to only come with practice, all right? So let's just say eventually, you get used to the idea. You figure out areas that you think, okay, I see what he's talking about, or this is where I think I should be placing stops, okay? Once you have your stop in place, so notice that my stop, I took the trade at 414. I put my stop at 394, not because that's really where it should be. Probably should be right there, 402, look at that little support area. But I wanted to make the math super simple. So I put the stop at 394, happens to be 20 cents away. Because the next concept is this. If you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account size dictates that I can risk maybe $100 a trade. So that's what I said in this case. I'm going to risk $100 a trade. Notice when I place my stop, right on the chart, there's my stop, and notice it says minus 100. If I let this go down to 394, it'll take me out for a $100 loss. Okay? And why is it at $100? Because I took 500 shares. Why did I take 500 shares? Because if I take the difference between my entry and my stop, which happens to be 20 cents in this case, and I divide that into $100, which I'm planning, which was my manageable loss. I said, I'm going to risk $100 on the trade. You get 500 shares. 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Okay? So, two concepts, to really think about. Where to place your stops, because when you get into the trade, you know where your stop is. You're not figuring out where your stop is afterwards, because knowing where your stop is then tells you how many shares you're going to take. Yeah, absolutely. The AI, that's what the AI does. The question was, there's a suggestion entry and there's a suggested stop. Yes. How much you're going to risk per trade will be up to you, but that will be, again, if you and you should watch the video because it goes into. But I do this all manually. I would never mind auto trading or anything like that starting out. So, I mean, if I saw this and I got in at 48.17 and there was my stop, I would subtract the 2, divide that into whatever you're willing to risk on the trade, whether it's $100, and that's how many shares I take. Now, listen, I mean, if the stock is really, really moving quickly, don't get so hung up on, wow, I mean, I couldn't figure out that difference and divide so quickly. I mean, don't get so hung up on that. I'm not talking to you, Grant. I'm just talking in general. So, And now the third concept, and this is directed at most people, obeying your stop. It's all fine, to listen to me and say, okay, I get what he's talking about. I should have a stop, and that stop should dictate how many shares I take. Now, obey it, okay? If you think it's easy to obey your stop, you got another thing coming, because once you start trading, once you're in your simulator, and you can demonstrate to yourself that you can make money in the simulator, till you can make money in the simulator, do not go to a live account. You cannot make money in the simulator. You'll never make money with your live account. Making money in the simulator, though, unfortunately, still does not mean that you'll make money in your live account. Because once you start trading real money, emotions come in. And sometimes your discipline goes, you can throw it right out the window, unfortunately. So what I'm talking about with discipline is that, I put my stop here at 394. But what if, I look at this and it starts coming down to my stop and I think, come on, it's going to bounce. The pattern was good. I read, press release today looks excellent. So I'm going to forget about my stop. I'm going to start moving it down and down and down because I know it's going to bounce. Of course, it doesn't bounce. And instead of that $100 that you were planning, manageable loss, it may turn into 500, 600, 700, whatever, before you finally give up and you sell. And you start kicking yourself saying, man, why did I not obey my stop? So, how to counteract that? The obvious way to do it is if you have IB or E-Trade, you can use our charts. You just leave your stop in, you get taken out, and you move on to the next one. If you don't have IB, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, your broker will have something in which you can do the same type of thing, okay? So, look at the IFBD. I was talking about that a little earlier. So those are the three critical aspects. Placing a stop, that dictates how many shares you'll take because that'll dictate how much you're planning to risk on the trade if it works against you, and then obeying your stop. All this, I guarantee that when you first start trading, it'll all kind of go right out the window. Okay? It all happens to us. But if you want to stick around in this business, you better get some money management tools and you better obey them. The other thing is, when you get into a trade and it was a nice setup, maybe it won't work, okay? But maybe it sets up again the same way. Maybe you were just a little bit early. You can always get back into the trade, okay? I think it's really just a matter of kind of checking your ego at the door, recognizing that, okay, a couple of things. I was wrong, okay? It didn't work, not the end of the world. Okay, Grumpy, I'm talking about if you were going long. Jeez. All right, now I can concentrate a little bit more on taking a look to see what sort of alerts we're getting. Haven't seen any IPOs today yet. Nothing has popped up yet. I put some IPO alerts. Remember yesterday? I don't know if you were in the room yesterday, but all brokers will have stops. All brokers will have a way if you to automate a stop. I know I'm muted. I muted myself on purpose. So let's take a look at how the options traded today. Not the options, but the stocks. There's the CERE, $24. As a prediction by Zach to get to 26. I got actually over 26. And of course, there's the BSQR. I can't tell you to take these trades, all right? This is available. It doesn't give you too many alerts usually during the day. How you trade them will be up to you. If you don't want to trade them, that's fine. But, you know, I have to watch. I cannot, you know, if you're in this room thinking that I'm going to say, okay, guys, everybody should pile into this. Here's the price you should get in at. Here's the price you should get at. Not going to happen, okay? I'm not a financial advisor, and also I have to be very careful about what I say. Now, this is one I did not get into, this IFBD. I was talking about that a little earlier. The only reason I saw IFBD, I happen to have it thumbnailed. One of my other charts right there. I happened to see it right here, but missed it because of, well, going over all the information. I missed the Marin. Absolutely, I missed the Marin. But I'm content. As I've been saying for the last couple of weeks right now, if all I did was stare at these, from my options scanner, now, anyway, I mean, look, it could change tomorrow. But I'm telling you, for the last 2 weeks, the alerts we're getting from the option scanner have been sensational. I mean, is every single one of them? No, of course not. You're never going to find any scan that every single alert is going to be gold. But boy, I'm telling you, I mean, this has been giving us some great, great alerts. And I think people in this room who are using it can attest to that. And why I do this also is that if you're new to trading, look, it can get overwhelming with all the different sorts of alerts you can get. You want to concentrate just on a few alerts for the day. That's why I've created my watch list and also this option, abnormal option scanner, because it doesn't give very many alerts during the day. I don't want it to. Boy. And a great call, real on the VBIV. It is now inching down, I think, towards your. It is inching down. All right, guys, I think I've solved it. A wet towel around my neck. Yeah, I didn't actually, I took a glance at it. You're absolutely right. I know what you're talking about. I'm looking at, yeah. Hardly any put volume versus the call volume. Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about the weather, but yeah, there's been a huge, the heat dome over Vancouver and of course the Pacific Northwest, as we call it, the Pacific Southwest, but that's okay. I think this is supposed to. I think we're in a deep freeze now. I think it's only going up to 93 today. Just to put a stamp on it, it's not the heat is not the deal. It's the fact that most people in this neck of the woods don't have air conditioning. It's just not normal. Well, that's it. It's just not necessary. That's the issue. All right, guys. So, okay. So Gobi was a. Somebody asked about an IPO. So this is an IPO. Oh, or is it? Is this a blank checker? Gobi Acquisition Corp. I don't. It doesn't look like it's a SPAC, but it priced at 10. That's typically what the SPACs come out at. Yeah, again, it's not the temperature, it's the lack of air conditioning. But anyway, don't want to dwell on it. You know, look at how resilient SWBI is. I thought, it looked like it was going to get down below 30, which it almost did, and it said, nope, still so resilient after that earnings release right here on that date, and it hasn't really looked back. Yeah, so VNet, you're talking about I'm sorry, just give me a moment, please, okay? I'll be right back to you. Sorry about that. So you're talking about level 2 and all that, and you see big. Personally, I don't believe in it. Okay, it used to be maybe a few years ago something you'd want to look at. I just think there's too many games being played. Okay, big bids being put in, then get yanked, or it's the same on the ask size. That's my personal opinion. Okay, so others can dispute it. Others can, if you can use level 2 to your advantage, I say fantastic. I just don't pay attention to it whatsoever. All right, just give me a moment, please. Okay, so well, it is vignette, but I mean, again, what I'm saying though is that those bids, when you see them, it can get yanked just like that. Okay, so you can put these fake bids in and on the bid and the ask, or fake sizes. Listen, I just don't. If I'm not an expert, well, I used to listen. I used to look at level 2 all the time. I haven't looked at it for years and years and years though. But that is my opinion. Now, let me take a look at space, guys. Yeah, so there was a cross here at 50.34 that showed up. Again, I'm going to, well, I keep saying that, I know, but I'm going to try to pay a little more attention to these. Okay, let me take a look at CPNG. CPNG. Wow, didn't see this. Well, I find these are the ones that I honestly find fascinating. First of all, where is the side of what flag is that? Korea, South Korea. Okay, I find these fascinating. Why? Look what it did after hours. Look what it did pre-market. Nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. No clue that this was going to happen, that this was going to go from 37 to 43. Market opens and look what happens. So really no pre-market action whatsoever. I mean, this is the 9:15 candle, so a little bit of a pop here, but really nothing happening until the market opened. The CPNG. And this is shortable. I know that's what Real is looking at, is to short this. I have not, I really haven't checked that. Oh, wait a minute. I thought when I looked earlier that there were no shorts available for BSQR. I could have sworn there were no shorts available. Oh, I see. Okay, now that I see what you're saying. Now they're 121,000. Oh, I see. So, yeah, it is interesting. All right, let's take a look at Blinn. I haven't seen this one for a while. Blinn. Big day. Look at this day it's happening. 6.3 million in the flow. 16 times normal trading. All right, let's back this up on the monthly chart and just see what we have here. So we have a high of 309 a couple of months ago. Takes that out. What's the next high? 380. Wow, I mean, you can kind of see that if it can take out that high of 2 months ago, I mean, it's got some room on the monthly chart. Well, always take a look at the weekly chart. Also, let's see what that weekly chart says. Same thing. So that weekly chart, that high right there corresponds to that high right there. I'm sorry, right there. So, I mean, keep an eye on Blinn if it takes out 610. You know, it's a low float. Let's see if there's any news on this. I don't see any. Here we go. Trading. I don't see. Yeah, not seeing any. Yeah, okay. I love BZ Benzinga. Not seeing any company-specific news to justify the price action. I don't know if this is, the Reddit crew is taking this over. No idea. But anyway, what I would do is just place an alert up around, say, 316 and see if it takes that out. And then from there, check the pattern because it will have some room to that almost to the 4 level. Almost. And that is for BLIN. All right, guys, let's see. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Well, guys, I'm glad I brought IFBD to some of you, the attention anyway. What a move here. See if there's any specific news for it. I do not see any specific news on it today. Boy, look at the CNSP. I mean, here's another one, guys. I mean, small, it's not shortable for me, but, big pop in the pre-market, fast track designation, FDA fast track designation, big pop, fizzle. So I'm saying, what I'm finding is that it's the cheaper bios that will do this. Certainly, maybe earlier. I'm not saying that Sears is going to be, or Sear is going to remain up here. But I mean, this was just phase 1. Come on. This was just phase 1. And yet, I'm finding that the more expensive they are, they don't seem to be quite as catastrophic at the beginning anyway of the day. I mean, this could really start to fall later on in the day. But I find it's the cheaper bios that will have that fizzle. And that fizzle could start in the pre-market. Give me a moment, please. Wow, IFBD. Wow. No news. I don't see that one as an earnings play, LiveX, but oh, yesterday. Okay, didn't see anything yesterday. Not in my scanner, anyway. Holy smokes, IFBD. This was the out of nowhere. Even here, looking at it, 461. I mean, this is a great little window, also, guys. I mean, it doesn't give too many alerts. All right, take a look at EVC as an example here. It's not an all-time high, but let's take a look, go back a few little while on the monthly chart, and let's see where these highs are. I mean, you got to go back 3 years before we start seeing those highs, okay? I don't know if that's going to hold it or not. But 701, 58 million in the float. So we're starting to see some of these communication stocks. Well, severe rippage for IFBD, guys. I mean, the high up here is 11. I mean, watch this tomorrow just to see. I mean, it's taken out that high of last month like nothing now. It's not shortable real. I don't want to burst your balloon there, but it's not shortable. I'll say it for you, stupid IB. Oh, that's what SIB means. Okay, we're getting lazy. BQRS, an earnings play. Let's see, or BSQR. You mean? Or you mean BSQR? I don't see it as an earnings play. I don't see it as an earnings play. Where are you seeing that? Why are you saying that? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just wondering why are you saying that? Why did you think it was an earnings play? Oh no, no, definitely did not say that. Well, if I did, I was completely wrong. But I don't recall. I don't recall saying that. All right, guys. Wow, 11:23 already. So again, not too many. I'm just waiting to see when the next option play comes in here. Notice how I have this arranged here. You notice it says DR. That means don't repeat, in case you're new. So why I like to do this, and it's the same reason I have it here, don't repeat, okay? So here's BSQR making new high after new high after new high, basically nagging at me, don't forget about me, don't forget about me. This is the very first alert. Here's the time, here's the price, so I can take a look at this and go, okay, what did it do from there? Obviously it did, fantastically well. The SEER did very well, got up over, well, I don't even know what it is. It's over, got over almost 27, got to over 27. This is the only one that didn't really move the opposite way. And it's the same thing here. IFBD making new high after new high is showing up here, but there's the first alert for it in this scanner. 461 at 10:53. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? And if you're wondering, well, why I would have liked to have seen the alert here, at 4, maybe breaking out here. You can do that, by relaxing some filters that I have in here. Probably the filter that blocked it was the count. Certainly not the relative volume. And it certainly was up 4%, and the volume was high. It was that number of alerts today is 45. So what that means is at that point it had, until it hit 461, it had not made 45 new highs for the day. So you could say, well, I don't care about that. So you can take that out, but you may start introducing a lot of other stocks you don't want to see. It's always a fine line. We get that sort of question all the time. How come this stock didn't show up? Or how do I make this stock show up? I can create a scan that will show you, any sort of stock you want to see. But again, it may introduce a lot of other ones you don't want to see, and they can get lost. You don't want to be overwhelmed by so many alerts that you get paralyzed by all the alerts you get. Boy, Marin. There's another, well, that was a cross down. To be fair, that was a cross down. And there was the cross up. A little bit of conflicting right there. I don't see that it's that spready. Yeah, see 461 for, well, maybe a little bit now, but not that spready. Not for a $42 stock anyway. Though it may have run out of steam. CPNG, let's see. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. Yeah, I mean, this is what we're using the option scanner for. We're not trading the options. We're trading the stock. We're not trading the options, but it's just, just another. I mean, look at BSQR. I mean, it just exploded again. We're trading the stock, not the options. It's just another way of looking at stocks that are having abnormal trading activity. Instead of just looking at pure relative volume. I mean, look, we didn't need. I mean, take a look at BS. Where was it? There it was at 449. Where was my alert? 430. Now it's interesting that it's not showing up here in the basic new highs, and I know exactly why it's not. Can anybody guess why it's not showing up here? Free pass to the, nope, not the contracts, nope. No, it's got nothing to do with, no, it's showing up in the option scanner. Why is it not showing up here in the basic new highs? I mean, look at the volume. I mean, it's obviously, I'm going to see who's been paying attention to me. Nope. Nope. No, because look, I mean, it's, no. I'm going to assume the reason. No, I don't have a float in here. I don't have a float. No, not the price. I feel like I'm a teacher here, and kids are putting their hands up. Nope. Come on, Johnny, you should know this. How do you duplicate that doesn't repeat? That doesn't repeat. Doesn't repeat. Okay. All you have to do is take your alert window. This is what I do. I take my alert window. I duplicate it because I do want to see this. I do want to see it, okay, over and over again. Though I'm getting to the point where I don't really have to. But anyway. And so take it and duplicate the window. When you duplicate the window, then all you have to do is then go to configure. Sorry, not configure. Right click and go to properties, and you see where it says don't repeat? You just check the don't repeat, and then this is a drop down menu. And so I've chosen for a day. And then I give it another name. I just put, well, I should abbreviate it, just DR, so I know it's a don't repeat version, that's all. And because I did that, sugar, I've lost all my original ones. Not lost them, I could do a history, but. Okay, I think the reason it's not here is because I have this earnings filter in here. And some stocks, for whatever reason, usually they're foreign stocks, usually. But some stocks don't, with that filter in place, I won't get an alert. That filter I put in there so I don't see ETFs and things. Because, all stocks in theory have to have earnings at some point, be they positive or negative. And so I put that I put that earnings per share filter in there, and that blocks my seeing ETFs. But every now and then it blocks another type of stock. So that's what I think has happened with the BSQR. Let me just do for fun here. We'll see if I'm right. There we are. That's the reason. Okay. So every now and then, for some reason, there's like a BSQR, even though it appears to be a company, putting that earnings per share filter in blocks every now and then certain stocks. But it didn't matter because it showed up in the, and obviously I don't have that earnings per share filter in here. Let's take a look at Katos from Real. So it looks like there's some support around 29.10 on the 5-minute chart. Okay, you've been talking about this WEI, WEI. I don't know if this is the first time it showed up. Again, because I messed around here, I've lost the previous ones. I think that's the first time it showed up. WEI. Of course, it does not trade options. Now, ominous, there's the 200-day moving average right above it. Will that stop it? This is shortable for me and you at Interactive Brokers. All right, for you Alfie watchers, ALF. Look at ALF. Look at the volume that just is coming into ALF. Some pretty good volume. Big pop from 16, basically a dollar pop right here. Look at the volume, guys, coming into ALF. Now it's a super low float, so be very careful. Yeah, I mean, IFBD, as Zach is saying, I mean, this is, I don't know what the story is on this, if this was truly an IPO or symbol name change. But yeah, I mean, looking left, look at the room it's got. Yeah, for some reason, we don't have the flag here, but this is a China company. All right, guys, I just want a confirmation. I'm pretty sure it's Michael. Okay, yeah, I just confirmed it is Michael. No, so guys, if you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus, automating strategies, things like that, now's, between 12 and 1, I'm going to put the link in here. Between 12 and 1, Michael will be in the YouTube room, okay, while I'm on a break. Okay, you see. Yeah, I certainly can't answer any of those. I mean, I think in Canada it's going to, it's obviously legal, so I can't speak for the United States. And I don't follow it that closely, so maybe somebody else who follows the cannabis market might want to chime in. Oops, what did I do there? Please, oh good. No, Holly did, no, Holly has nothing to do with IFBD. Oh, I'm sorry, it did. I'm sorry, excuse me. But it got stopped. I'm sorry, yeah, but it got stopped out. A very tight stop. 494 entry, 508 exit. However, I mean, it may turn around. Problem is, for me anyway, no shorts available at IB. William, you have E-Trade. Are shorts available for IFBD at E-Trade? Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the day. I mean, you know, there's a short right there. I mean, is it working? No, but there are short strategies and there are long strategies. It all depends on what strategies made the cut. These are the ones that made the cut. Only two short strategies made the cut. These are the long ones that made the cut. Making the cut meaning, you know, there are, I think, I don't go over this in any more detail, but I mean, there are about, I don't know, 60 what we call baseline strategies. When the market closes tonight at 4 o'clock, then that's when the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those strategies. Once the routine is over, you are presented with the ones that made the cut the next day. And these are the ones that made the cut. Why did they make the cut? They had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Okay? If all you wanted to do was shorts, you know, you would just do, you know, just check short. I'm sorry, right there, short. If that's all you wanted to do, turn those on. You just want to do the longs? Oops. You turn the longs on. But if you want them all, you just, you know, you just put them both. I'm sorry, you can't do it that way. But if you wanted to automate, then you have to highlight them all and then you enable. But again, you do it in the simulator first. So, if you have more questions about all this sort of stuff, like Michael disagrees with me, but I don't think he auto trades the AI. I think he's got a couple of his own strategies, like Neil or his strategies, kind of. He may, I don't know if he auto trades. He may auto trade the entries. I don't know if he auto trades the exits, but you can ask him. But you know, I'm not an auto trader. Never will be an auto trader. I think he probably, what he does is he might auto trade the entry, but he manages the exits on his own. ATT. Okay, so it's not ATT. I don't know what you mean by you're a long holder of ATT. I don't know what that means. All right, guys, next on the hit parade here, Kumu. Now, what do we see here? Looking left, we've got room. I don't like the spread right now, but look at Kumu. It just showed up on the option scanner. The high left, let's see here. The high looking left is 397 on that week. So the next high looking left, so it's got some room, is 481. Okay, so it's got some room. And here we go. Don't know what you mean exactly. You're talking about this. How do I get the order entry window to stick? You mean this here? Positions. You have to have your positions tab, and then this will show up. Now, if it's not showing up, this is the top. This gear here. Maybe you don't have this checked. It should. You have to check show order entry. Maybe that's it. See the gear here, so you have to have that checked. Oh, AT&T. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about a symbol. You don't have this gear? Why would you not have the gear? I don't think there's a way to hide the gear. It may not be there. You see, I'm on this development version, so I know it doesn't look quite the same. But okay, do you have the positions tab? Because I can see right now the gear. The gear is not for every. Do you have the positions tab? Okay, well that's what you have to add then. So go to window. So go in here. We see we're right beside connected. It says new. Click positions tab, and then that'll get added. Okay. Once you do that, then you'll have the positions tab. Yeah, so the QMU cross, let's see if it would have shown up. Yeah, let me just take a look at QMU. Well, yeah, the reason why it's not showing up, where did it close at here? 369. Yeah, you see, one of the filters we have for the crosses, and this I want to get rid of it, is it has to gap up or down 3%. I want to replace it with a relative volume of 1.5. And then, you're right, the 348. Yes, right there. Yes, right in that 2 minute. Yes. And then it would have shown up. See, the problem going forward is going to be the lack of customizable features, okay? It's going to be a slow grind. They're not available, no. I don't know about scanning for dark pool activity, Genix. I mean, we have the block trade scanner, but whether it's searching for dark pool activity, I don't know. LXRX, what are you doing, and why do I have you on an alert? Ah, I see. This was probably from yesterday. Yeah, I know there are all sorts of, there's a site out there for dark pools. I mean, I don't know. I don't really concern myself with them, so I don't know. That's about the best I can say. Hey, listen, I'm always, if people can find a way to use all these, these scans for these, what I call kind of Well, like the dark pool. I mean, if you can find something that works, then great. We have a lock scanner. Whether it's showing dark pool activity, I have no idea. So yeah, let's take a look at that. So it says $5 strike price for QMU. Am I right in looking at the option? Like the option, I mean, there's hardly any puts. Yeah, so that looks interesting. So combined with the scan, this is what we're talking about. If you have interactor brokers, you can load this. This is what we're looking at. So, hardly any puts at all versus the calls. And here's $5, July 16th. Now, I'm not an options player, okay? All I'm doing is just looking at those numbers and saying, okay, more people seem to be betting that it's going to hit $5 by that price, that time. Is it a slam dunk? Of course not. So you're not asking me, Kev, right? I mean, okay. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I want to put one more time. Anybody who's really interested in really, diving into the weeds about using Brokerage Plus and strategies and all, okay? Back testing strategies, things like that. All the things that I don't do. Today's your day. Say Michael will be there between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. That's what I thought, Kev. Okay. Okay, so I'm just waiting for him to tell me that he's in the room, and then I'll take my break. Right on real. Look at VBIV getting down to that couple of the levels. I'm hyping you up, Michael. All right, guys, I see that Michael is in the YouTube room. So I've built you up. You better live up to those expectations. So I'm going to stop my feed right now. He's going to be on the mic at noon, okay? Okay, I'll wait till noon. Just sitting on this QMU, guys. I'll be taking my break soon, but I'm just sitting on this QMU to see if it runs. Yeah, I want more than, 404, 405 was the alert. Again, you're not talking to me, Kev, right? You're talking to Gen X, okay? Because I don't dive into the weeds at all about stuff like that. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement here so that you guys know I'm on a break. Be back at around 12:40. Don't forget to email me, Zach. Oh, Zach can't hear me. I'm just keeping an eye on the QMU, guys. Drops down below 4, I'm out. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, you can't hear me. All right, just waiting for Michael to say that he's on the mic, and then I'm taking off. I'm hearing the mowers outside. Boy, hot day for those guys. Mowers outside my window right now. Oh, but I was waiting for you to tell me that you were going to take the mic. Okay. I don't want to have dead airtime for 5 minutes. Okay, I will stop.
All right, everyone, let's first test the sound here. It seemed to work, and then if I click that, you guys should see my desktop. All right, I see that too, so everything looks good. Let's mute myself so I don't have to listen. So again, if people are new here, let's pop this out just so I can keep an eye on the chat. If you guys are new here, what we do is give Barry some much needed time off and open up the chat to questions for the next hour. Hey Mike C, hey David, how's it going? So I will be on the mic answering whatever you guys need over the next hour. More we talk about cool things like stocks or trade ideas, stuff like that, less I'll be waffling on about random stuff, which is usually what it descends to with me anyway, as a bit of a rambler. So hold on, I want to watch a couple things on these charts. I need to just remember what those stocks are. Go EV. Go EV. That's one that I'm in. I want to keep an eye on. I don't need that. I want it daily. There we go. And then gray. Same thing. Daily. And what else? Just while questions trickle in, just make sure I can keep an eye on things. I'm obviously in a sim account right now. Just this is my VPS that's all about just a demo for you guys. So I just want to, most positions I don't need to keep an eye on this closely as a swing trader, but some of them I like to keep watching if I'm planning on acting. And F-Tech, although that looks like it's far away now. I was just looking at some of these for trades. F-Tech, I was looking to see if we got over 250. Go EV, I bought a little bit over 10. That's obviously not working pretty much right away. And then Gary, from there. So again, any and all questions, just fire them in the chat about trade ideas or trading or whatever. As Barry's been kind of saying before I got here, is my focus on things is the algorithmic side of things. I do a lot of quantitative analysis. I'm also a chartered market technician. Hold on one second. So if I were to quickly and easily describe my style and how to trade, it's a combination of it's using statistics to get an edge and then applying that edge with technical analysis, right? That's kind of the long and short of it. That's why I use Brokerage Plus for a lot of things and stuff like that. Yeah, it's fine today. It's down a bit, right? That's trading. Right, that's three losers and a flat so far. That's just how trading goes. Find a system or a person that makes money every day trading, and I'll find you a bold-faced liar. Oh, that's too big. So that would have messed up those charts I just did. Oh well, that's fine. I've got another monitor over here. I'll just throw some stuff on there. So, fairly slow market, and that's whoa, that's aggressive. Fairly slow market, and I think that we are in for a very slow market for the next bit, and mainly, right, there's a combination of factors that I think is going to make this market pretty slow for the next little bit, right? Main one being vacations, right? Everyone's talking about vacations, and right, you got your 4th of July and all that. That's we got to get out of the way. On top of that, it's the end of the month and the end of the quarter. So, as someone who spent 10 years working in hedge funds and prop firms and working with market makers and things like that, a lot of people, especially hedge funds, aren't interested in making trades too much right now because they have to do a lot of end of month reporting, end of quarter reporting. So it's, they'll just dial back a bit on their trading, right? Combine that, yeah, again with vacations and things like this. You just generally get a situation where things are slower and a little more boring. So to adapt to that, right, just make sure that's going to occur and build a trading plan to adapt to that. So for me, it's just understanding that, right? If I'm going to trade now, every trade I'm going to put on is going to be kind of in the first half or the first hour and the last hour. I don't know, walk the hell away from the screen for the rest of the day because these slow markets, I think, cost me way more in my trading career trying to trade tiny, really slow, boring markets than trading super fast markets. It's just the nature of the beast. VIPS looks interesting. Just looking at that on my other monitor. VIPS, just as a swing, potential lower high being put in there. All right, so we got some questions in here. Any general commentary on the Youth of Strength alerts this week? So I actually kept a bunch of so I opened up a small account. I'm going to trade it for a month or two first, and then on my YouTube channel, and then sometimes in Trade Ideas directly, we're going to talk about me trading this. So basically I put 9,000 Canadian, so 13 cents American, over to what our equivalent of Robinhood is in Canada. Right? We call it's Wealth Simple. It's called, but it's the same thing, like a super basic commission-free iPhone app type of version, because it's just more the market for, a product like a Strength Alerts. Let me just look at it now, and I can see what I did here. So yeah, so I can go through what I've done so far already. So again, if you don't know what Mike's talking about with Strength Alerts, you can click on this channel here, and it will bring up both this this page and then this newsletter. So the newsletter on its own is a $17 a month product for those who aren't either ready to commit to a trade ideas, or if you have a smaller account, the fees required with the trade ideas may not work. Things like that. People on the go who don't have time to trading. Basically, it's like a starting off point for, you're going to basically get an email from me every week with optimize. I don't pick the stocks. The algorithm picks the stocks, but I just do commentary on where I would be interested in taking part of these. If and when certain things occur. And you get this email with all my commentary on Sunday nights, and then you get all Sunday night, and Monday to figure out what you're going to do. And we've optimized and back tested the strategy, and it beats the market in all cases. Now, just so that people know what it's not a low float, going to pick something that's going to quadruple overnight or anything like that. These are slow burners, because the point of it is that it's for people who, trade from their phone, right? It's for people who do something else and they just want some, increased time to monitor things, and they want things to move a little bit slower, right? So that being said, let me just look at what I've done, or what I have here. EFX. I still have, nope, not EFC, EFX. I still have this from last week. This was a good purchase, kind of right about here is where the AI, or not the AI, the newsletter talked about it. So I took that base break there, and then my plan on this is this red line that I put here in the channel for you guys. This is just my way of trading it, but it teach their own. I like to use the ADMA as a trailing stop. A close below that is what I'm interested in. So I'm long there, and I will stay in this till it closes below that. Again, trying to keep it as hands-off as possible. And INVA, I'm still in INVA from last week as well. Same thing. Basically, it was looked at kind of in through this area here. I talked about in the newsletter that this $13 area was massive for it, right? You can see it got rejected at 13 here 3 times. So I figured I'm going to pick it up near 13. So I'm just looking down on my phone. I don't know if that's disrupting the mic at all. So I'm filled at 1303 on this one. Just I put out a bid there and got hit. Same thing. So if this candle closes right here, I'll probably get out and then maybe rewatch for a break over there, but I'll just get out to deploy the capital for, like a super, super tiny, like what exactly is it? And with this, so basically I'm splitting this $9,000 account between 3 or 4 positions constantly. Unless, there's something crazy going on. So yeah, I'm up $21 on that, that tiny one. What else? This is fun. So GPS. So this is the first one from this week that I took. And essentially I was just looking at this area right here. That was support in through here and resistance kind of in through there. So on Monday, which was yesterday, when we pulled back in there, I bought some at, looking here, around 33. So I'm about flat on that right now. Basically just trying to get a decent fill, because when it was talked about in the newsletter, it looked a bit like this, right? And again, these are algorithmically picked stocks, so I don't pick them, but this is how I trade. I take these stocks that show a statistical advantage, and then on top of that, I add my own technical flair, where I'm like, okay, well, really that's up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. I'm not really going to buy it there, but if we get a pullback like that, I would be interested in that. So I am long some gap there. You know, I'm wrong kind of under this area. And then last but not least, XXII, which is a weed stock. This one's a slow mover as well, but I liked it yesterday when it just pulled back to that, again, that 8 EMA. So I got filled some of that at 81. So I'm in there as well. This basically I'm watching. If it gets over 5, I think it's interesting. You know, it could potentially, if you look on the weekly, try to retest that high at 6. You know, you're wrong 50 cents away, which is great. And again, all this is done in a retirement account, so there's no margin or shorting or anything like that. I just moved 5 or 10 grand from my retirement account and started trading with that. So those are the positions I took. Obviously, I missed a lot of the good ones, like WMS just kind of ran right off the gate there. If I was long WMS, I would watch this candle, right? This is what they call a gravestone doji. Called a gravestone because the, you know, big strong push up and then it closes right at the end. So if that was in the ground, it would look like a tombstone. So they called it gravestone doji because all of these have candlesticks of cutesy little names from the different Japanese rice traders that invented them. So a gravestone doji just represents the soldiers are supposed to all have gone out to battle and got killed. And it's just kind of the topping tail that you see there. And then DCI, this is the other one I'm watching as well. If it bases here for a couple days, we'll take a look at that. But I really only look in this on a closing by closing basis. I pick up my phone maybe a half hour before the close and look at the positions, see if there's anything that's at an interesting price to enter or an interesting price to exit, and then move on. Just trying to stay true to the theory behind it, right? It comes out Sunday night. You get them. And if you're a Trade Ideas sub around that same time on Sunday night, you should take a look to go from there. Right, you should go and say, hey, if you go to Trade Ideas and you load up this channel Sunday night at 7 Eastern, I think is when it launches, you'll go from there. You don't have prior week's emails if you sign up, but if you right click and you configure any window within Trade Ideas, you now have both TI Strength and TI Strength Archive symbol lists. You may need to go to Add to Existing to put them in. But what I'm doing is every week I move from the TI Strength to TI Strength Archive, and then I keep them for about Monday, right? So you can go through and you can see the past symbols. And so, yeah, about a month or so, I'll probably leave them in there and then I'll clear it out and then start again because the algorithm I built is based off a weekly rotation, but I'm noticing that holding them for longer seems to be better. I did it based off a monthly rotation. It was both the same results. So, just don't, it makes sense to go back and look at them and then just, again, apply. We did the algorithm super basic just to prove the concept, and then we're hoping, and this is part of the problem we're having, is people say algorithm, they go, oh, great, no work. And then they just want to sit there and make a bunch of money. So we're hoping, and what we're always hoping with any algorithm that we put out, is that it's a nice guide that traders can use their own eyes to and things like that. All right, I'm going to scroll back up because I missed a few questions, and then we'll go. So I'm not ignoring you if you just asked a question. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. So can I talk about Holly? auto trading with the brokerage plus options. We don't trade options. I'm not too sure if you just mean enterings. First, I'll always give this video. Let me grab this that talks like slowly and in detail, just so that you can, take your time and pause it and all of that, so you can check that video out for that. And then, yeah, other than that, it's fairly straight to set up. Once you have your brokerage connected, that's kind of the main part, I guess, the hard part. And then you simply go and under New and Brokerage Plus, open up a new Holly AI, right? And then when you right click, you get a couple options. You get long trading instructions, short trading instructions. You get the re-enter. They're essentially the same thing. So we'll just go and look at one, and then they're all the same. So then step one is add an account, right? This is going to trickle down to you guys on the main version soon. Right now, the beta version, we've done away with the whole default account system. It was too confusing for people, so you'll actually have to go in and just specify an account the first time, then it will save and everything will be cool. So by doing the simulated account, which is what I'm on right now, you'll just click OK. And then from there, you can select your mode. So we have moderate and conservative. Quickly describe the difference for people who don't know. Moderate mode just means you'll take the suggested entry, you'll put out your stop loss where it suggests put out the stop loss, and you'll hold it till the end of the day, and then sell at the end of the day, unless obviously the stop loss is hit. Conservative mode has profit targets on the algos that back-tested good with profit targets, so not on all of them, right? If the algo maker, which is often me but not always me, decided that this one deserves a profit target, it'll have a profit target. If that one doesn't work well with the profit target, it won't. But at the same time, they also have these risk on, or these trailing stop, kind of sophisticated trailing stop metrics. You can see there. So you just pick whichever one of those. It's if you want to just know the numbers, moderate on average does better over the long run, but it's way more volatile. So it's whether or not you're okay with the increased volatility of daily returns, or whether you want to kind of smooth out the equity curve from there. Position sizing. So this is just how much of each trade you want the bot to purchase. So you can pick fixed dollars, which just means, I want to put $2,000 on every trade that it says, right? Fixed shares would mean like I want 20 shares on every trade, and based on stop loss would be like I want to risk, if I get stopped out, I want to risk X amount per trade. So right now it's based on stop loss and it's 30. So this would just read, I want to trade in moderate mode, which I just explained, and I want you to put out a stop loss so that if it gets hit, I'll lose $30, right? So what it does, it adjusts your position size based off of where the thinks you're going to get filled and where the exit is going to be as well. Now this is how you want to enter. I always suggest just entering on limit, leaving that at last price. Market orders can get people in trouble if you send big, if it's in a liquid stock or it's moving quickly or something. And then the limit offset is just how aggressive you want your order to be. So it's agnostic of being long or short. It's just a simple like aggression indicator. So the more negative it is, the more you're willing to pay up for the stock. And the more positive it is, the more you want the stock to come back down to your price. And then last but not least, time and force. Day just means leave the order out for the entire day. If it doesn't get filled, you can say GTD, which basically you just put in a time frame. So in this scenario, it would leave the order out for 5 minutes. If it's unfilled after 5 minutes, then it will cancel the order. and then G to C is just good to cancel. So for whatever reason, you liked that entry price on that stock and you wanted to leave it out for multiple days, you could do that. And then you hit save, and then you'll just highlight everything every morning, and then just right click and click enabled all. Limit offset, don't get it. Okay, let's go over that again. I know that's confusing for some people. So limit offset is how much you're willing to pay up for the trade. So for example, and let me get both fancy and lazy with this with my iPad. Hold on. I learned very recently that I could do this and that it would sync over to the iPad that I have here at all times and I could draw on it. So we're talking about limit offset. So again, doesn't matter whether it's long or short, it's about aggressiveness. So more negative, more aggressive. Ag. So for example, if say the alert triggers for the stock at $10 a share, and you have an offset here of negative 0.5, right? That means that the system will send you out an order at $10.05 and say, that's what you're putting in when you put negative 0.5 there, that you're willing to pay up. I'm willing to pay up 5 cents. No more, right? If by the time the order hits the market, the stock's moving so quickly that it's up to 10.10, 10.20, 10.30, you're like, I don't want it anymore, right? That's a sizable jump by the time I got filled, right? Now, if this isn't long, and say we're looking at short instead, and you put a limit offset of 0.05, that same $10 trade will now, the system will try to get you filled short at $9.95. So if you're trying to short the stock and it goes down to $9.90 by the time the order goes out, then you're going to miss the fill. If it's, $9.95 or above, then you're going to get the fill, right? So that's what that means, is how aggressive it is. So when would you want to use a positive number? Well, you may use a positive number if you want to be, if you want to enter passively, is the best way to word it. So, pause plus passive. Right, so say this wasn't a negative 5 cents. Get out of here. Say this was positive 5 cents, right? So what would happen is in that same long trade, if you said, I want to buy at, the alert comes through at $10, you're basically saying, I want to buy at $9.95. Right, so you're saying, I want the price because I put in positive 0.5 cents here. You're going to say, I want the price to pull down to $9.95, right? Again, and that may work, especially in some scenarios where if you're trying to be really passive, you're okay with missing trades, which is really what the balance, the trade-off is, right? How fine are you with missing a trade versus how much do you want to get a good price is basically the trade-off you're trying to do here, right? So let's just do the final example where we just make this a short instead, right? That same $10 trade, it's going to put an offer out at $10.05, right? So again, you're going to need the price to increase in order to get you short, and then you're hoping it's going to go down, right? So if that's still confusing, the long and short of it is, the more you are willing to pay up to get your shares, the more negative you want to make limit offset in 100% of cases. If you're okay with losing 20 cents on your entry or 30 cents on your entry, you would make that positive 20 cents. And that means you will get that or better, which is just how the market works. So It's basically just a way to deal with and allow people to have some customization on their slippage criteria. So yeah, so then after that, highlight it all, right click, and then click enable, and away you go. And so for what I said, the same thing applies to the long reentry strategies and the short reentry strategies. So then whether or not you want reentries or not, it's just whether or not you click these buttons. So what a reentry is with the AI is maybe, I don't know, is there an example from today? If the system gets stopped out, it's how far you want the limit price from the current price is a simple way to put it as well. Yeah, so for example, KTOS bought, right, got stopped out, and now it's taking a second try. You can see the reentry time right here. So it's taking a second crack at this. So the question if you want to enable reentries is, do you want the system to take a second crack at a trade if it got stopped out the first time, and then you want to get involved on the second time. So hope that makes sense. I'm not able to zoom into the charts. You just click on the charts, you hold your control key, and you use your zoom wheel. And that's how you do it. Or you hold the control key and you use your left and right arrows is how you do it. I think when you were asking, are these Holly AI, you were talking about the strength alerts. No, these are a swing trading algorithm that we came up with. Let me show you guys that we, the royal we, as in I, where is this? It's in my downloads, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that one there. So yeah, that's the back-tested. Basically anything before this line was a back test, and then anything from this line on is real time kind of thing. So you can see it's not this gangbuster thing where we're trying to like get these low float penny stocks to go through the moon, right? It had, an entire maybe year period here with just a slight gain, and then, a little tiny gain here, and it actually underperformed the market a bit back here. But essentially what the logic is with this is that you're trying to find stocks that are relatively strong to the market, and then you're trying to participate in those, right? So if you look at Gap, you can see this is obviously super strong compared to the other ones as well, right? So what it does, it's a constant kind of portfolio rebalancing into these strong names. So that's why when I went through how I was trading them today, it was more just to say, hey, this is the way I'm getting involved in these ones that already have some sort of a logic behind them already. Let's go through. Backend devs make any progress on the new custom formula system? Yeah, we're building away on it, right? Again, if that's not going to be anything you guys can modify, right? Just so you guys know, what we're working on the back end is we will be able to build custom scans. And I think Barry's been talking about the 820 cross, which is our kind of trial thing, and he's liking some of the results from it. So it will be a nice, simple kind of give that out to you. Now, when you guys might be able to build your own stuff, that's could be a long time, I would say. Just because we have to build a user interface and all that kind of stuff with it, right? And we're nowhere near there. But the ability to get those, the output of those, that's going to happen, I think, fairly soon, because everything seems to be working well, and it seems to be working okay, and we have some proof of concepts with the 820 cross, and TI strength alerts was actually built with this system. That was my first kind of test to it. See, this IMAX, if I had any buying power in that small account, I'd be interested on that pullback there. did I miss? If I missed any questions, let me know. I think I went through them. I went through the scrolling. That's an easy one. It's a bit unintuitive, but once you know it, it's fairly straightforward. So what's the difference between premium sub? No, Strength Alerts is only $17 a month. If that's all you want it, right? You can sign up for it. Here, let me send you the landing page, and that might help you out. So TI Strength Alerts is in everything, from the $17 product all the way up to the highest product. The premium sub is for the AI and for the ability to backtest your own systems and that type of thing. So that's more of a day trading type of thing, right? Where this is going to, the TI Strength Alerts is more of kind of like a long term, more longer term investment type of a thing. Now they're 1 week holds, but just I mean for waiting for performance, right? If you're going to sign up for price alerts and then get mad if after a week or two you're not rich, then it's not the well, nothing in the market is for you. But that product is certainly not, because it's looking for slow but steady gains throughout long periods of time, which is again why I put 10 grand's not a lot of money, but why I was comfortable opening up a 10 grand RSP, because it's not it's not gonna make me rich, or it's not gonna make me poor if it doesn't work in any length of time, right? These are very chill trading instruments, right? Something that again I check on once a day from my phone, from my hammock, in the last hour, and that's exactly what they were designed for, is people who just don't have the time or the inclination to go from there, right? So on top of that's why I include all my commentary on it as well. You get a bit of a market commentary from a CMT. Right, so I talk a little bit about the market and kind of what I'm seeing there, and then you can see each individual name with just annotated charts and all that from there. So again, that's not a premium thing or whatever. If you've got trade ideas, you've got it. And if you don't have trade ideas, it's kind of like a good way to get started into trade ideas, because it gets you that newsletter once a week for, again, $17 a month. So you're talking like 50 cents a day, right? So if that's a price that you scoff at all, then that's at some point you got to say, well, shit, am I ready to trade? Right? That's why we made it just that kind of insanely inexpensive, just to make sure that it is for the right market, which are people who just don't, again, may not have the inclination to trade that frequently. Look at ICPT. I'm in this one. Oh, it's still above its 8. Yeah, let it go, Mike. I don't think FTech's going to trigger on me. Can I get it to make money in the day trading using the premium? I don't know what you mean by that. If you're looking for easy, quick money where you don't have to do any work or learn about the markets or anything like that, no, there's no one. And anyone out there who says that you can make money, right, quick and easy and fully automate it and all this stuff, just run. Right. Same with the AI. We obviously expect some amount of market knowledge before you're committing your own money to the market, and we expect you to have an understanding of the market. Have your own trading plan. Again, an algorithm shouldn't be I'm just going to follow it and get rich, right? If that was a possible common thing, it'd be MIT or DeepMind or IBM Watson or something like this that would really murder it. And one thing I know for sure is that the market loves, more than anything, separating people who it deems to be lazy from their money. It's just like almost the purpose of it. So, if you're looking to use these systems, if you're looking to use tools like algorithms and stuff, then that's, you they should be tools, right? That's why you can even see when I type into chat, this is my YouTube channel and everything, which I have to actually go and rename to this because it's still youtube.com/Bonpara, which doesn't make any sense because I changed everything to Stats Edge Trading. But that's why I called myself Stats Edge Trading, because that's how I, a cup and handle or a head and shoulders or a rounded bottom or something that everyone that with a year or two experience on the market can see. I use algorithms and statistics like we talked about with strength alerts as my edge, right? What makes me different than anyone else looking at the same kind of patterns? Well, one is I've been doing it for 10 years. So I have that unrelenting discipline of, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit down, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to kind of ignore everything else. But then the other thing is that I use statistics to try to give myself little tiny edges on the market. And anyone who's trading for any length of time will tell you that's all you need, right? Is a little, if you find someone who says I'm right 80-90% of the times in trade, I found you another liar, right? The true traders out there are right 50 to 60% of the time, but they've just developed the small statistical edges to kind of keep that tiny percentage win edge over the market. And then everything on top of that is simply risk management, right? Diligence with that type of stuff. Right. So can you make money with day trading Holly? Certainly. Right. I use Holly. I use Neo is kind of my creation. Which has only done one trade today. Neo was when I got with Trade Ideas. Dan basically said, "Here, you got carte blanche to do whatever you want." So I trade with Neo a lot because I built it, so I understand it and I like the concepts behind it. But I just don't do what Neo says it should do. Like CSIQ, I didn't take this morning because the thing's up from $38 to $48 in 3 days. Right? I just overwrote that one. Said, no, I'm not interested in that. I did take KTOS, but I actually took KTOS there, and I took it small enough that I wanted to put my stop under the $29 whole number. I just thought it's a based off stop loss, or it's based off ATR stop, but it just seemed a little too tight for this one on me, so I just adjusted it there, right? And that's, again, if you sat in on any Trade Ideas webinars, you've heard us rant this. It's kind of our mantra about the merging of man and machine is the most important part of this type of trading, we believe, to most traders, where it's not just about having machine do everything for you. It's about, utilizing the two. And the example I think Jamie said that I thought was brilliant was, trying to auto trade as a proxy to learn to trade is like buying a Tesla as a proxy of learning how to drive, right? You wouldn't say, well, I don't know how to drive. I don't want to learn how to drive, so I'm going to buy a Tesla and just have it drive for me, right? But, you can use it to assist you, right? You can say, well, I know how to drive. I know when it's going to do something wrong and I can step in and all of these things, but I'm going to have this assist me in my trading. And that's how I use Trade Ideas, and it's how I use Brokerage Plus, and that's how I use all these systems just to make sure that I'm able to, I'm in the pilot seat. These are tools to assist me, right? I know that both KTOS and CSIQ, based off how long Neo's existed for a few years and based off all of the back end work, I know that there's a statistical probability that they're going to go higher before they go lower, right? I know over the long run, if I just ran Neo and just left it, I would do well. But as a trader, I want to do, better than well. So what I'll do is I'll just apply my eye, I'll build my own trading rules, things like that, right? I just use CAI to make sure I'm not betting against it. That's funny. That's a good one. And it's, the AI, in full disclosure, has got, I think, a slightly better than 50-50 win rate, and that's about it. Right? And again, you don't need you use a parallel to poker, right? Where there's a lot of these poker stars who are right 51% of the time and absolute millionaires, right? So just, it's all risk management, and that's where I think the human does a great job, right? Like, so I'm still in KTOS, right? On my real account, not the sim that is here. And I told you I had the stop under 29. Well, now I'll just raise the stop up under here. And these are these little nuanced things that are gonna occur as you're starting to trade. I'm looking on this actually on a 15-minute chart, right? And then I use I always like, I don't know why, it just fits, I think, my time frame, but I like an 8 EMA. Again, no magic in any of this, right? So I'm just waiting for it to close below this line. But what I may do is when it reaches the target that Holly kind of saw as a target, well, I may go and take part of the position there. I'm up. I did get filled on the entry price, so like I'm about flat right now. So these type of little adjustments are what's going to kind of make or break the difference between you know good traders and great traders, I would say. It's, do you have a plan? Do you have a plan written down? Do you have something that you follow kind of religiously? And then from there, you just have to judge how you're doing versus your plan. If we could know. So we need to know technical analysis. We need to know the tools as well. Yeah, I would say not only to trade, you need to know technical analysis. I'm a CMT, and that's like super advanced technical analysis. But you don't need to know that advanced. You need to understand charts, patterns, and stuff, but not, right? There's no one out there who's like, I understand what a bull flag is, therefore I'm rich, right? So yeah, what I always say is, if you're learning technical analysis, understand that your goal of it is to understand the psych behind those and the psychology of that trading. And then I would say you need to know market mechanics, right? Do you understand a bid-ask spread? Do you understand the multi and out of a market? Again, you don't need to be experts on these because they don't really matter as much anymore. But things like slippage and fast-moving markets, basic market mechanics, I think is important. And then, you got to be good with your tool. Fundamental analysis for day trading. Well, we always have to quantify terms, right? Fundamental analysis at its core talks about fundamental analysis at its core is analyzing bank statements and earnings reports and stuff like that. That doesn't matter at all for day traders, right? Just whether or not a company made money 6 months ago doesn't matter for us as day traders. But fundamental analysis in the form of reading news, stuff like that, that may be important. I don't use it. I don't believe it. And same about sentiment analysis, right? People are either talking about it on the internet or they're not. It's all of these things are going to be wrapped up into price and volume too, right? So if Wall Street bets, so what's happening now, and I'll probably trigger someone, but there's a whole bunch of hedge funds that are making tons of money off Wall Street bets, and they just built little bots, and they have plants in there, and they have people reading the posts and deciphering them, and they have AI bots doing it as well. So what happens is someone talks about it on Wall Street bets, a bunch of algos that the hedge funds are running will buy those. Then you'll notice that with in volume, right? If a stock is going to move big, it's going to do so on increased volume. So save yourself the time and energy and stop worrying about fundamentals or necessarily Wall Street bets, but just understand that when people are talking about something, it's going to have a increased volume, right? And I know, see, Kev's with me, but a lot of people get triggered when I say that, like the real Wall Street bet ones. But in the beginning, with GME, and then I think with even maybe the first AMC pop, they were in control. But now they're just getting played like a fiddle by the hedge funds. And again, it's the game. You can't blame them for doing it. They found a something that exists in the market that moves price. So of course they put the biggest and brightest programmers on the problem, right? Guys, they're paying $500,000 a year, and they said, scrub this. I want to know in real time once a symbol starts to get traction. I want to know the second that occurs. Then I want you to program a bot that's going to buy X amount of shares at the market, and when all the they all get pumped, oh, the stock's going up and this, and then as the momentum goes in and the retail guys and the guys who follow Wall Street bets start buying the stock, the hedge fund's selling down to those people, right? It's why if you look at the pattern of most of them, they're pump and dumps now, right? So you have GME, which is held, right? And even that, not as, right, not reliably held. And you got AMC that's holding a bit. But if you look at, Bed Bath & Beyond crashed back down, right? BlackBerry crashed back down. What's Workhorse, right? That one's actually doing okay, but I think this is a legitimate business too. So it's just, it is what it is. So I don't spend time on Reddit. I don't spend time looking at those things because it's all shown in volume, right? If they're going to start talking about like an MVIS, right? I don't even need to know about Reddit, and I can say, well, someone was talking about it right here, right? So this giant candle right here is probably the hedge fund accumulation. And then this candle right here is when they dumped all their shares to the poor guys who don't understand that this is going on and will always go on, who read Reddit and they saw MVIS was up 100%. They decided, oh, that's the time I'm going to get in. Meanwhile, there's some, stupid rich hedge fund manager out there that paid this guy, $1 million a year to program a bot that got him in somewhere in this area. And he's flipping it out to these guys, and away they go, right? Same with, what's another one? iRobot, right? That's one. IRBT, right? Look at this chart. Oh, didn't mean to do that. There. Right? Where did they talk about IRBT? Right? You can just tell. You look at the price and you look at the volume. You should short again. I wouldn't short them either. I just don't participate, right? I've got trading. I know we're just ranting, but there's no questions going on. So welcome to Rant with Michael. I was going to do this on the hammock today, and that would have been way better. But I figured the birds chirping and stuff would be annoying for the stream. But I wouldn't short these at all, and it's because of, right, every now and then they might get one, and you just get, hosed. There goes your account. You're done. I don't participate. My trading style is insanely simple. I have a couple setups that I've back tested. I have a couple setups that I've traded for years, and I come in every day and I scan for those and I trade those, and I don't watch the news. I love Barry. I think Barry, his trading room is one of the best, if not the best trading rooms that exist out there. I personally don't really get involved in trading rooms. I shut out everybody except my my setups, right? And any time that could be spent on Reddit, I look at saying, hey, this is one of those setups that I like. And that's it. And it really is. Part of the problem with trading is that there's times where your trading style doesn't work. And again, if someone says that that doesn't happen to them, they're a liar. But there's times that, months, periods where could go by with the, my setups just don't produce. I don't make any money from my trading setups. It's just, again, the way it occurs, right? But what new traders, I think, do a lot in that scenario is they end up chasing that. And they say, well, I got to change my setup now that it's not working for this 2 month or 3 month or 2 week or 3 week period. Old traders will just do the same thing over and over again, knowing that if they manage risk, eventually they'll make money on the thing. One of my setups, sure, why not? I'm a swing trader, by the way. I have some day trading algorithms which I watch midday. I've got some overnight algorithms which I watch midday, but yeah. For the swing trading, I'll just share this one with you. Is this the right one? Yeah. And it's not perfect. It's very hard to find, like, to do pattern recognition with this stuff. The share and copy. There you go. Basically, all this is looking for is stocks that have been beaten up on the year, and it looks like they're getting some life, right? So I called it rounded bottom breakout. It's not always rounded bottom, but what I look for is essentially a change in trend, right? So look at VNet, right? Obvious, clear downtrend going on right through here, and downtrend just defined as lower highs and lower lows, the way a trend is. Well, then this one made a higher high, and then it's pulled down. It looks like it might be making a higher low, and then it breaks up over here. So one of my simple trading plans is look for these scenarios where it looks like the trend may be reversing, may not. Find a low risk entry point. So, for something like this, I'd probably look at these two highs and say, if we break over that, I'm interested. I'm wrong down here. And then if I'm right, look at this tiny amount that I'm risking. And then if I'm right and this thing starts trending back up slowly, even if it doesn't get all the way up to highs, but it gets close, well, then I've risked this tiny amount to make that amount. So 3 to 4 times my risk. Rinse and repeat and repeat and repeat. And there'll be times where I'll get stopped out of 5 or 6 of these in a row. Then the next 2 work and I'm back in the game. It's a very zen type of thing when you get into it. It doesn't start that way. I know when you start trading, it starts very frantic. It starts very, I need to figure it out. There's so much to figure it out. This is very complicated. But trading does eventually reach a point of zen where you're just like, the harder I try doesn't help anything, and we'll go from there. So I plug this from time to time, but if you guys want to check out this link, if you want to hear more of me rant, fill your boots. This is something that I put on with the help of Trade Ideas, where during lockdown, me and my wife were quarantined up here in Canada, just like you guys had a bunch of lockdowns down there. And she'd always been interested in what I did. So I said, well, why don't we do something? So that's a 39 video lesson for intro to trading with, I really like the dichotomy of the two of them because my wife is a dental hygienist, right? She, before I got to her, never had an investment before, right? Not even, an RRSP type, like mutual fund things, right? So it was kind of cool to teach someone who just had no idea, but was good enough to call me out on my BS when I would just start ranting and using technical terms and stuff like that. She'd go, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. So it's a nice, and again, 39 lessons, completely free, kind of brought to you by Trade Ideas. It's a really cool way to, yeah, it's a really cool way to get started. Like, so the first lesson is, what is a stock? We go over the actual mechanics of a stock. We go over the actual mechanics of the market. We go over the actual mechanics of like what actually happens when you hit a buy on Brokerage Plus. Like what is the process that your order goes through to get to the market. Then we hit technical analysis, statistical analysis, fundamental analysis, trend following, all of that stuff. And then it got to the point where she was getting pumped to trade, and then everything opened back up and she went back to work. So we're going to start doing another, we're going to be doing another series soon where I gave her 2,000 to do the same kind of trading with the TI strength alerts that I'm doing as well. And we're just going to sit down. We're going to say, okay, well, what did you trade this month? And it'll be, here's what I did, and here's why I did it. And I'll critique her, maybe say, yeah, maybe you should have waited for this, or maybe take a look at that type of thing. But again, it's a cool concept because it's, like an absolute beginner, and go from there. So you need to call some PS sometimes. Yeah. Just curious if my wife trades. So she's got that $2,000 account for the TI strength alerts. She's trading those, and she's liking them. I think she's like break even on them so far, which is great for a new trader, right? That's what you want. And then she has her own investment, like with a bank. They put it in aggressive mutual funds and go from there. And that's kind of a hedge on, you want to diversify money, right? So I've got my own trading accounts, and she's got her own investment accounts of trading accounts. So without doing like a massive personal finance lesson, right? It's just kind of, it splits everything up from there. So I think Barry's giving me the hook here. So again, if you guys like listening to more of me, I put my YouTube channel, and that link has my website above. If you guys want to hear someone else rant about stuff, the cool thing about this is there's a different person with a different perspective that comes on every single day. So I think tomorrow is Steve, or it may be Chris filling in for Steve. I don't know. I think it's going to be Chris Varley filling in for Steve. Great guy. Again, come listen to everyone, get their different points of view, and then figure out which one you gravitate more towards. So as always, have a good one, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, guys, I think you can hear me in YouTube right now. So for you YouTubers, this is what I was talking about. You might want to put a price alert around 205 or so for PBTS. Okay, you can see the day it's had, tremendous day. If you look left on the weekly chart, you'll see a little wee high of about 205 back in, I guess, in April. Okay, so if it can take that out, it may not happen today, but if it can take that out, then when you look left on that weekly, we have a potential run to the 379 mark. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but we don't have to worry about resistance until then. So I have an alert set for about 205 for PBTS, and see if it takes that out. Again, just because I have an alert set doesn't mean I take the trade immediately, but I do want to know if it does it. Okay, so that's one to kind of keep an eye on. because you have to love this monthly and the weekly chart. I mean, look at the room it's got. And it is a China stock. Some of these China stocks have been ripping with no real news. I mean, I don't see any news. It just seems to be China's day. IFBD, of course, is another one. And just for the people on YouTube to know, I got stopped out of my QMU. I took this about a 6-cent loss. I'm still kind of waiting on it to see if it comes back, gets over that 414 mark. I still like it if it does, because it's got the room to about the 5 mark until it hits resistance. So we just have to wait and see. Well, I mean, it's doing right now. QMU is not doing anything. I mean, it's not looking one way or the other. I actually toyed with the idea of shorting it. But right now, it's not really doing anything. But it doesn't mean all of a sudden, you get a big volume burst. It's a low float, so it doesn't take that much to move it. If all of a sudden you get some more excitement like this, you get this volume that happened on that 2-minute chart, right here on the 5-minute chart. You get it right here. Just one moment, please. All right, so as I was just talking there, well, there's the PBTS. I mean, ooh. Just a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, let's see. I mean, let's see if it runs from here. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to take it out right now, but let's just see. I know it's over a channel. And it is shortable, but let's just see. Would not show up in the options. Doesn't trade options, so. Don't be afraid to trade out of it. I'm not telling you to do that, Alex. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Because this is the first. This is the first break. Sometimes it can be a bit of a fake break. And if it comes back, then we can just wait on it again. But I mean, it's got the room. He's talking about he's talking about the docking. I think Bolsano, not a stock. At least I believe that's what he's talking about. I mean, you talking right here there, Chris? With the Vive? Trend reversal up. All right, guys. Well, it seems to be holding okay, PBTS. It seems to be holding okay. All right, I have just taken some out at 222, guys. If it pulls back, that's fine. But if it keeps going, that's fine. Meanwhile, real VBIV is now probably hitting another fib level for you. I would have called this out as the trade of the day, except I had to do the AUUD. All right, guys, did you see that? Okay, so now I'm waiting to see if it can come back, the PBTS. That's why I'm saying you've got to be careful on these. I mean, that's a big candle down, so I'm out of everything now. I'm glad to get out some of that at 222 and then just watch this the way it was trading. But let's just see if this is a momentary pullback and then I might get back in. That's pretty brutal, actually, though. That's a pretty brutal pullback. But, you know, the whole thing is, let's see if it gets back over that 205 again. So for me, stick an alert around 213. Oh, man, what's wowing at me? BSQR, what a star for the day. I am not in this anymore, but, I mean, what a star for the day. And it's still 677, 636. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I mean, look at this. And again, software publisher. I don't know exactly what they do, but I mean, it's not a. I mean, I know I can read in the profile, but it's not a China stock. What are you talking about, Kev? I'm trying to decipher what you were talking about in our YouTube room. Oh, she is starting to scare you, as in the stock. Okay. I thought you were referring to something else. Whew. All right, Cam, you always make me look. LWLG. Oops. So why didn't you tell us about it right here? What's wrong with you? That is pretty amazing. It's not a low float either. That is pretty amazing. You got out at 4? Well, I mean, if you got in here, it's still pretty good. You probably doubled your money. I would have, right there, yeah, right there on that little downturn, I would have thought, okay, maybe that's over. But wow. You're right, I don't trade pink sheet stocks, but it is shortable too. Interesting. I do have a, well, yeah, now that one is a little bit different though. Of course, the Hertz is a little bit different. I mean, sure, it's a pink sheet stock, but it's Hertz. Is it over 8 still, or is it underneath? 860, okay. Well, let's load it up. HTZGQ. Ooh, 960. Wow, okay. That had the day. Well, again, what's wrong with you? Alert me when that happens, okay? Because I actually, believe it or not, was thinking about taking this one right around here. Just because it's Hertz. And then I saw all this. I thought, okay, I guess that's it. But what, this is a big pop yesterday and a big one today. IJA, I think has Hertz, right? Somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, I thought you had it. I thought you had Hertz for some reason. Yeah, I mean, I wish this is a pink sheet stock that I would have, been. Well, I told you I was really interested in right around here, thinking, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll take those odds. I mean, two out of the half of these, if I can get the window over. Here we go. Okay, so half of these, the SEER and the BSQR were awesome. This one, I mean, yeah, you say, but it was very brief. This is the only one that really didn't work from the get-go. Yeah, I can check the sector, sure. So this is what Ori is asking me to do. I didn't do this earlier. Got to find the sectors. Where are you? There you are. So again, guys, this is part of the new build. The marketing meeting today, I'll probably have a little more information about maybe when we're ready to launch this. Not this, but I mean the whole the idea of being able to dock like what you see me with some scans and also the layouts from the channel bar. So now, once this is released, that means you can maintain your layout and you can load channels from the channel bar, layouts from the channel bar without having to worry. Anyway, here is the sector status. So this is a great little window, guys. I mean, at a glance, you can kind of see what's happening to the overall market. You know, these are the major sectors that make up the SPY. So for instance, you can see right here what this is telling me, XLU. Every single stock that makes up this sector is down for the day. You know, I mean, this is the best one. It's down 0.1%, but every single stock, you know, so you can scroll down to the bottom and see what the worst one is if that's what you wanted to do. I find it interesting to, let's see, technology is the consumer discretionary right now is the best sector. Yeah, 81% of the stocks are up, 20% are down. So we're 19 are down. So what I would do is let's go see down here. I wonder why Tesla's down. I mean, you know, whatever. Expedia, CCL is an earnings play. You know, I find it more interesting to take a look at the ones that aren't that are going counter to what its sector is doing, and just checking to see is there anything going on. You know, you can also you know, look at the top ones in any sector and check to see what's happening. But at a glance, you can kind of get a, yeah, I mean, it's available to you right now, Marcus. It's called the sector status, okay, in your channel bar. You know, if you click on new, in the channel bar that you have, it's called sector status. But remember, it's a layout. So if you have a layout up and running, your layout will be replaced by that. That's why we're just waiting for this version to come out, so that won't happen. You can load something from the channel and still have your layout up and running. Right now, you can't do that. But it's going to be named the same. It's called sector status, wherever it is. Right there, right in the middle. Multi-windows, yes. I mean, within reason. I mean, one of the things is you won't be able to have like, you know, 10 layouts loaded at the same time. The reason why is that it probably put too much a strain on the server. Okay? Things like that on your system. It'll probably put too much of a strain. But there's no reason to have, for instance, 10 layouts loaded at a time. But there's probably no reason, if you wanted to have your layout in a couple of channels. I don't know. I don't know what the number is, but there'd be no reason to have, you know, 5 or 10 loaded at the same time. None, zero. You'll never get anything done. So, well, you'll have your own layout, you know, that you saw my layout. And then to me, I mean, really the use of it is to just load a layout from the channel bar. Take a look at it, go to another channel, you know, just because there's no real reason to have, you know, 10 layouts or even 3 layouts loaded at the same time, really, in my opinion. But we haven't figured that out. I mean, it's not, it's all server load. But you can do things like this. Not that this is not the be all and end all. I love this. I love this though. You know, I mean, so I can group some windows together, some scans together, put them in a container, move them around if I want. You know, obviously I did this with my charts. You know, I've got all my charts grouped together. I mean, did I have to do that? Not really, but I think the presentation is very nice. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know how many layouts you could have open at the same time. I don't know. I mean, it's not that they say you can only have 3. It's not like if you go to the layout and you load one and go to another layout, load it, that it's not going to load. But it may really, really start to wear down your system. Meanwhile, Real, congrats. I mean, that's just a great call by Real in the pre-market about VBIV. We don't throttle the data, Autolycus, but the problem we're not Apple. We don't throttle the data. It's just that, for instance, there are people that have topless windows. Okay, no problem. But if you're in a topless window, oops. I'm sorry. I was wondering, where is it? It's because it's not a topless window. There we go. So set record count. Okay. So if you can in theory have up to 1,000. All right, guys. PBTS is back up. Just give me a moment here. So. Here we are. So in theory, you can have 1,000 in your topless window, okay? But the problem is, if you had, say, 3 or 4 of them open, it's got to run through 1,000 symbols every 30 seconds. So it's not that we're throttling it; your own system will throttle it. Okay? So that's why even 150 probably is too many. I don't need 150, but. My probably should top that out at 100. 150 is okay. It's not going to kill it. Plus, I don't have that many top list windows open. But remember, it's more the top list windows that, if you have, and I'm not saying top list, I'm saying top list windows. It's very possible that there might be a slowdown after 3. It's very possible. But there's no reason. I get it. I mean, if you had, 4 monitors, you want to have one layout on one monitor, another one on another. I guess I get that. But on the other hand, how much information can you keep track of? I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, how many alert windows do you want to have in your layout? You could be like me when I first started, had about 30 windows open, got nothing done. The reason being is that you're getting lots and lots and lots of alerts. You're clicking like mad all day long and not doing anything. Man, I feel foolish not being in this still, this BSQR. Had opportunities to get back in. Just didn't do it. Okay, Chris, you and I make a pact. Tomorrow, we just take them all. We hold them to the end of the day. Okay? Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to happen on Autolycus. I mean, it's been discussed, yeah, very, 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 very briefly. I think we're just going to stick what we're good at. Futures means it's a server issue because futures are 24 hours a day, right? Or more, longer than what we have right now. Same with forex. I mean, we've been asked about forex, but I doubt very much. We thought we'd be able to put. The reason why crypto has been hard for us is because it's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So it really would require some server infrastructure that we're just not prepared to do, I guess. Yeah, I don't see Kumu moving really. I mean, and plus the spread is not great right now. Maybe it is moving. Maybe it is moving. Oh my goodness. BSQR. Did I see this I did see this in the pre-market. I saw the gap up. And it kind of forgot about it, right there. Then the option kicked in. Option scanner kicked in. Is UPC an IPO? I don't see it. Let's just see. UPC. Doesn't appear to be. I mean, it looks like there's an IPO back here. Yeah, but I don't think it's a. I mean, it's not a recent. Well, maybe it's a recent IPO if that's what you meant, but are not an IPO today. Yeah, I don't know about Kumu. I mean, it's just. I thought when I got that ask of 390, it might start to really run, but not yet anyway. PBTS is one of those to see how it trades, towards the end of the day and after hours. Because, I mean, it's got the ton of room. It's not a super high float, 40 million in the float, 39 million in the float, so it's not a super high, super low float. Just interesting to see how it's going to trade towards the end of the day. Well, it depends how it depends how much is trading today. I mean, my guess is that 500 shares would be nothing, but it depends. I mean, if it's only traded 2,000 shares for the day, it'll be something. But also, not only that, the time and sales. Okay, so you could get a situation where, stock has traded 10 million shares, okay? But 9,999,000 were in the first 2 minutes. And then the volume dries up. Okay, so I mean, it is, you could start watching the volume, your volume bars also, because yeah, 500 shares of something that is not trading anymore, in theory could be a little significant, but probably not. Probably not. And so I'm always watching my time in sales. The time. I want to see, how quickly is a stock trading. You don't want to get into something, but rarely do we see that with the type of stuff that we're in or looking at. But rarely, you wouldn't want to see all of a sudden, here's 1335, all of a sudden no trades for 5 minutes, with something. And that's from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Depends on what you mean by needs to be covered. I mean, we have a short float percent, and we have a float, so you can multiply that out, and that'll tell you, how many number of shares, whether they need to be covered. I mean, I don't think we can't know, for instance, if you're asking, well, when are people going to start getting margin calls and all that, we can't know that. All right, guys. Remember when DBGI was flying here? It's not shortable for me. I'm just looking now, not shortable for me. Yeah, this BBTS has been a little bit owly. It's, again, I think if it can hold over that 205, which was the previous week's high, I should rephrase that. I don't mean previous in last week, but the week of in April. Sorry, guys. Well, that is just gonna keep an eye. I mean, we've had two big drops now. Now that wasn't quite as dramatic for PPTS. That was on 1 2 minute candle, but just been drifting down. So well, some were looking at WEI earlier in the day for sure. Okay, one last, if it gets over 213, I would just want to know about it and see how it trades, that's all. Okay, how did RCAT do? And well, there's no real update on Cumin. It's not doing anything. I mean, this is, it's just stuck in no man's land right now. I mean, if it somehow, if it gets some remember that little volume push. I mean, there was nothing on the fives that you can see. We need some volume for QMOOD. Without it, it's probably just going to drift aimlessly right now. Best thing to do is just put, you can do a couple things. You want to put an alert over 4 to know when that happens. For me, it's more important up in this area. And just forget about it. Ooh, really? You're going to try to swing ORPH? I would wish you luck if you do. Yeah, I mean, it did have some news today. I'll give it that. That's the only thing I'll say. It did have some news that obviously kind of got it rolling a little bit today. But other than that, man. So you're looking to short this one now, right, Zach, on the sear hit? Or is it too late? Looks like that was a great area right up there, obviously. Zach can't hear me. All right, one more time. Looking at PBTS. Again, the only reason I'm doing this is because it's got all this room. Weekly and the monthly chart. That's the only reason I'm doing it. But it keeps hitting the top of that channel and bouncing down. This is what I'm seeing anyway. See, top, bounce. Forgot about this one, this CVM that got hammered yesterday, but it did close well. Looked like it was going to try to bounce a little bit today, but not really. The CVM takes out that 13. I mean, this has got room underneath. What did it get down to today? 1246. So the shorts are being snapped up a little bit now. I'm just noticing here 76,000, 77,000 available at IB. There were a few more before. So they're being snapped up, BSQR, at IB anyway. Scary though. I mean, it's been so great. But look at this cross almost forming here. That 8 EMA almost crossing the 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart. Just watching this. See if the cross happens. I mean, it's trying to cross right there. You can see it. The cross is a little bit above 7. I mean, it hasn't crossed actually, not officially. I'm just, it might be hard to see, but that orange line is the 8 EMA, that blue line is the 20 SMA, just about crossing. So the theory being, if that crosses down, the 8 EMA crosses down below that 20 SMA, that sets up a potential short. I'm reading it the other way, Kevin. There were more shorts, and now there are less, so people are shorting it more. Oh, yeah. So yes, the other way would be yes. Boy, look at that cross. It's right around 7 now, 701 or so. Well, we're not an option scanner, M-Free, so hopefully you did not join Trade Ideas because you wanted to trade options. We do have some option filters, but we don't scan options as such. I don't trade options at all, so I mean, you have to trade options. This, if you hear me talking about this is just showing. I'm trading the stock, okay? I'm just showing stocks that have unusual option activity, okay? It's not that I'm trading the options. It's just that I want to see stocks that are trading abnormal, that are having abnormal option activity. It's just another way of looking at, stocks that are really in play. Well, I mean, are you brand new to trading completely? Not just options, but are you new to trading? Are you new to trading? All right, so this is what I would do. You might want to, I mean, I don't know what your experience is, so it's hard for me to tell you this, but I'm going to show you something that might help you. First thing you should do if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, what I would do is, here's my link, my homepage link. Click on that. And in the education section, right here, click here. And then we have the 20 lessons and 20, it won't take you 20 days, okay? But we have the 20 lessons. I don't know if you've done that, but it goes over some of the basic features. What's a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. Okay? I would take a look at this if you haven't already. Next thing I would do is go down, and you might want to take a look at this. Back to basics. These are 36 very quick videos, and it starts off with what is a stock. That's why I asked. I don't know what your experience is, but it's, they're very short videos, but it's a great introduction to trading in general. Okay? That's what I would do. And as far as options are concerned, we don't trade, I don't trade options, so this is the wrong, there are people in here who trade options, but we don't scan for options as such. Okay, so you might want to take a look at that 36. It seems daunting, 36, but they're very quick videos. Or very short, I guess I should say. All right, well, let's see. I mean, so the cross was officially, trying to eyeball this, right around 7:03. Okay, for BSQR. Okay, guys, this is an IPO they just launched, DDL. This is your ding dong. Somebody was saying they were waiting for ding dong. Ding dong just opened. China IPO. See, what we really want to happen now, see that 20 SMA on the 5-minute chart? We want this to really start running high and have that 8 EMA cross it also. So we have the 2-minute cross, and then we'd have the 5-minute cross, and just see if we have. I mean, I don't know where this is going, but I mean, some support down here around 560. So I mean, that's far enough away, of course. I've got to go to this marketing meeting. So let me just put that announcement in. Oh, I guess I'm back now. All right, so I'm going to put myself on mute, guys. I'll be in this meeting. And just give me a moment here. And while I was in, yeah, that blend, what a move it put on. Saw that earlier in the day, right about here, and then it just stopped. And then look at this. I mean, then it curled up and then boom, from about $3 all the way up to 374. Great percentage move. Yeah, somebody asked why SEER was moving and it's only phase one. You know my my feeling on it is that these higher price ones doesn't quite matter as much. If it's phase one, I mean obviously phase three. If this were phase three, this would probably be $100 now. But seriously, I'm finding that the higher price ones don't seem to have the catastrophic drop that the lower ones do. That's all. I mean that's it's nothing scientific, but that's kind of what I've been noticing. It's a fairly recent IPO. I don't know who's behind it. You'd have to look and see who's behind this one also. But what a day. I mean, just what an incredible day. And yeah, the Dreamer. I'm not sure. I think, see, I don't have access to the actual, well, maybe I do. Just a minute. I don't think I have access to the actual filters themselves. I don't. Let me just see something here. Yeah, I think there's an average volume in there, and I think that's because I was talking to Michael Noss about, well, why didn't BSQR show up? It seemed to fit every. It seemed to fit every metric, and I think it's because there's an average volume of 500,000 per day over 5 days or 10 days, and I think that is probably why. Because if you look at BSQR. If you look at BSQR, maybe, there we go. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell what that volume is. I mean, this is so exponential right there, so I can't really tell what the average volume was before, but it probably wasn't 500,000. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting set to shut down. Sorry, that was a long meeting. And of course, before I go, torment you guys with my homepage. Yeah, look at BSQR. I mean, it's just. I mean, we got kind of lucky on that short. I mean, I thought it was actually going to fall a little bit more, but now making another new high. Wow. See if there's a cross up. Not quite a cross up. So on my homepage, again, guys, here's my link right here. Save the link. Excuse me. Why? Because on these two sections here, the education and scan section, lots of information. Of course, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here. 15% off using my promo code right here. Off the first month only or the entire year. Trade of the week, we'll have one next week. Stock of the day, I've already done it. And again, all the scans I'm sharing, my layout, all the different scans that I put together over the years. Not all of them, of course, but some highlighted ones. And lots of education here. 20 lessons, daily support in YouTube between 12 and 1. Free trading room, which you're in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos. Starting trade ideas from scratch. The back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, I think it's a great little series for you. Starting off with what is a stock. So again, I'm just racing through this stuff because There's a lot of information here. That's why I'm saying just save the link. Then you can look at it at any time you want. You too, Kev. You're, yeah, you and me both. We should. I mean, I did take some. Don't get me wrong. I took some, but I didn't stick it out the way I probably should have. But I've got to be careful because, to do this, you've really got to pay attention. And I just can't devote 100% of my time to it. Hey, Alex, you were welcome, and Autolycus, of course. It's interesting because it's kind of exciting then, I kind of, whoops, what happened here? Okay, just, all right, what I was going to say, it's kind of exciting because, I can't wait to see what we're going to get tomorrow. It's that simple. In this scanner. Yeah, Marin was not shortable for me, as I recall. MRIN was not shortable for me. Oh, it is now. I don't think. Oh, yeah, it was not before. I mean, there's 2,000 shares. So when I looked at this a long time ago, this was not shortable at all. And now they've just been snapped up. Literally just got snapped. Now they've been covered. It's fun. Look at this. You must be watching, Chris. Well, you're probably not, maybe not watching, but when you're looking at MRIN, yeah, you just never know, though. Are you sure you're not out of something that really tanked also, though? And now you should be happy for that? We only remember the good ones. Really? Okay, well then, you're obviously doing something right. All right, guys, I think that's it. Thanks again for all of the help today. And let me get my script together. Today is Tuesday, so tomorrow's Wednesday. All right, everybody. Yeah, so thanks a lot for all the help. Look at QH go, man, oh man. Thanks for all the help. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.